out. Be ready for SEMIFINAL to kick out.
Vincent Robinson of North Carolina State hustles back center of the mat. And we are set in victory with Spratley and Van Treska. The first guy to punch his tickets is Vincent Robinson of the Wolfpack. He's wrestling for an NCAA title tomorrow night.
Vincent Robinson had to watch this tournament from the sidelines last year as a red shirt. A ton of motivation, gets to the big stage, punches his ticket to the national finals.
I talked about it earlier today, Trent. The great ones pop. I saw Vincent Robinson back in November. I had never heard of him, didn't know him. It was my first time watching him, and he popped. This guy's got some skills, the speed. This guy is lightning quick.
He's got skill, he's got poise, he's got confidence.
He's got some moxie, no doubt about it. All right, here's Van Treska, single leg. There's that whizzer once again, the flexibility from Spratley. 1 minute remaining in the sudden victory. Tight shin whizzer there by Spratley. Van Treska looking to work up and has some height. Sudden victory. The winner gets Robinson.
You see how Spratley's pressuring down, and then he's trying to meet the pressure to square up with him. It's just so much pressure on your shoulder when you have that single.
So what adjustment does Van Treska make with that leg attack to get the quick finish?
It's got to be as soon as you feel that, like, he did a good job of it. He came immediately to his feet, but as he came to his feet, he stayed below that knee, and Spratley was able to drag him down. So when you get to that leg, he did the right thing of building up to his feet, but build up to the feet and get above that knee and look to put down Spratley hard.
Inside of 30 seconds in this sudden victory, 2-2. So much energy inside this arena. You can feel it. Final seconds ticking away. And this match is heading to the tiebreakers. Seymour was here earlier today in that win against Lillidahl. Van Treska, rather, against Strickenberg. He won 4-1, so he's been in overtime. You got to battle the ups and downs to make that national final. No easy paths. So Van Treska goes on bottom. We've seen this so many times, Trent, these last couple of days. Oh, the quick escape there from Seymour. Or from Van Treska, rather.
So much action, it's so hard to keep up with. Van Treska, great job getting escape, but look at Spratley, finally gets his first opportunity, and a huge takedown. If Spratley can ride this out, he's in perfect position.
Troy Spratley gets the takedown. What a great start for Van Treska to get that quick escape. And then Spratley, to his credit, Trent, wasting no time in getting in on the legs.
Well, the focus is always, when you go to these 30-second rideouts, is getting out as soon as you can. Van Treska did exactly that. But Spratley, who really hasn't taken a shot the entire match, surprised Van Treska just like that, got to both legs, finished quick, and now he gets to go on bottom. And Van Treska, you probably got to cut him
exactly.
and try to get a takedown.
You got to cut him and look for a takedown.
The problem is
the riding time.
Spratley has 17 seconds of riding time, so even if he gets a takedown, he has to get it in the next 5-10 seconds right here.
So he needs something big. Right now, Van Treska needs something big.
If he doesn't get
Spratley doing a really nice job, head-hands defense, keeping territory center of the mat. There's a stall call on Spratley. No problem there for the Cowboy. Troy Spratley gets that big takedown, and that is going to be the difference. Vincent Robinson, Troy Spratley. They will meet tomorrow night. Big fist pump there from the Cowboy. And Troy Spratley is David Taylor's first finalist at Oklahoma State.
Well, that didn't take long. But what I love, we talk about match strategy all the time, wrestling IQ. Spratley had a really hard time getting to Van Treska's legs the whole time. And just when Van Treska thinks he's got the momentum, Spratley pops it off right at the right time, gets the takedown, wins the match in OT, goes to his first NCAA final.
See Jimmy Kennedy and Thomas Gilman. Steve-O Poulin on mat number 1. Poulin's got riding time locked up, so he's essentially up by 2. Braden Davis on mat number 2 in a 3-2 match now with Frost. 9-9 on mat 6 with Smith and Strickenberger.
What we saw there, Smith was riding on top with 10 seconds left and got a locking hands call on top to send it into OT. Now we're looking at blood on Strickenberger.
Nick Bouzakis and Tyler Knox on mat number 5. The blood round. And look at Dean Peterson inside of 10 seconds. And Steve-O Poulin of Northern Colorado gets that riding time point, the 6-4 decision. And Troy Nickerson has an All-American in Steve-O Poulin.
What a career for Steve-O Poulin. He's been in the limelight since he was a little kid. Finally gets the blood round and gets the win. That is a really special moment for Northern Colorado.
So they are reviewing on mat number 1. Bouzakis and Knox, no score.
Knox had a whole second period ride out. He has 2 minutes of riding time going into the third period. Knox selects down. Bouzakis says, I'm going to put him neutral. This is a match that Bouzakis won pretty handedly at Cliff Keen back in December. So this would be a huge upset if Knox can reverse this victory.
Saw Knox back in November inside Carver Hawkeye Arena beat Drake Ayala, who's coming up shortly on mat number 4. Steve-O Poulin gets his arm raised on mat number 1. Taking that Mohawk and an All-American trophy back to Colorado. Here's Caleb Smith. This would be big for Nebraska. And Caleb Smith is an All-American once again. 12-9 for the Cornhusker in sudden victory.
Nebraska just keeps winning. This has been one of the greatest performances from a team I've seen. Smith throws on the beanie. Finally, another All-American finish. Wow. Caleb Smith, they are so big on him. One of the hardest workers in the room all the time. Has grinded this tournament, a lot of close matches. Gets that win over Strickenberger. Nebraska just keeps scoring points.
Good start for the Cornhuskers. Caleb Smith, an All-American once again. Knox up on Bouzakis, now 4-0. 50 seconds, third period. Another Cornhusker in Jacob Van D on mat number 1 with Angelo Rini of Indiana. Van D is going to take the lead 3-0. It looked like for a second, Trent, he might have scored some near fall. He was close.
Van D, a Pennsylvania product, grinded his way to this blood round match. First takedown. What is Mark Manning doing with these Cornhuskers?
Mark Manning, phenomenal coach. He's been in Lincoln a long, long time. And what a great season for Nebraska. Tyler Knox, 10 seconds away from being an All-American for Coach Ayers and the Cardinal.
Got to be a little selfish here and celebrate this. My brother's first All-American, Stanford assistant coach. It is so cool watching him get fired up there. I'm getting goosebumps.
Talking about your brother, Hayden Hiley. Tyler Knox with that riding time, 5-0. We've talked about it this weekend. This Stanford program is on the rise.
They certainly are. Coach Ayers has done an amazing job getting there, fostering a talent, a guy like Tyler Knox. Wow, that is so cool.
Jacob Van D, 1:10 first period on mat number 1. Has riding time over a minute and a half. They are reviewing mat number 2 with Davis and Frost.
Now that's a situation that's really close on mat 2. Here's a rule that a lot of people get confused on. the out-of-bounds line. It's not just the line. It's a cylinder.
Yes, you don't have to be touching the mat.
It's a 3D cylinder. If I'm out of bounds and my hand's hovering over the line
and
it's over it, I'm still in bounds. It looked like Frost was really close to a takedown. They were almost out. I can't tell if Davis's head was still over the line, but that's an intricacy of college wrestling that these refs really have a hard time with sometimes. And it's a brutal call for these guys to make.
I love the edge wrestling. We'll see how they call it. 133-pound semifinals. The number 1 seed, Lucas Byrd, the 2-time All-American for the Fighting Illini. He is the number 1 seed. He gets the 4 seed, Seth Romney from Cal Poly. And on mat number 4, Drake Ayala, a national finalist a year ago at 125, fell to Richie Figueroa of ASU. And Zan Fugit for Wisconsin, the 14 seed, the Badger. Into these semifinals. These two met on November 12th. It was a 21-6 tech fall for the Hawkeye. Byrd and Romney meeting for the first time.
Matt Ford, this is a fun match if you're Zan Fugit. You got tech falled early in the season. You're going into the national semis realizing that there's nothing to lose. I've already lost before, and I've lost kind of handedly. I'm going to go out and compete, and that's exactly what he's doing. In on this leg, we see this crackdown position. What you want to do if you're Fugit, get that leg shelved on your outer hip and then put pressure into Ayala. See him trying to hop over, get his hips over. We'll try to limp his arm out there. See him try to release that arm. Ayala does a roll.
Zan Fugit with a great opportunity here to score. Trying to keep that foot inside the cylinder. And out of bounds.
I'm surprised they didn't call a stall call there. We see that a lot when a guy's almost taken down and they take themselves out of bounds. Ayala was able to get away without getting taken down and giving up a stall call.
Zan Fugit from Nixa, Missouri. Drake Ayala, Fort Dodge, Iowa. Fugit knocked off the number 3 seed in sudden victory, All-American Nasir Bailey, and then he pinned Connor McGonigal in the quarterfinals. Penn State, 2 for 2, an All-American in Lilidol, and now Braden Davis. I would love to see 10 All-Americans. It's been done one time, 2001 Minnesota. Does that give them 10 All-Americans?
I think that clinches it, Shane. I'm just trying to do... Well, no, they need... Who am I missing here? 157. Kasak still has to wrestle.
Okay.
Kasak was upset by Joey Blaze. He has to wrestle Jude Swisher in the blood round. That's an interesting matchup. Those guys were former teammates in high school or did the same club at M2, so a little bit of Central PA flair
so
there.
Penn State, 9 locked up.
9 All-Americans locked up. Kasak, you would say he's favored in that match.
Especially what Tyler Kasak does on the backside after last season. But again, whole new set of circumstances. Lucas Byrd and Romney, no score, 50 seconds remaining in the first. Fugit and Ayala scoreless as well. Van D winning on mat number 1. Shaver and McGonigal, mat number 6, bottom right. Composto and Chappell, mat number 5. Dylan Chappell looking to become an All-American as a 21 seed for Bucknell. Rainey the Hoosier, a 21 seed as well. Jacob Frost and Sergio Lemley here on mat number 2, 141 pounds, bottom left.
I think it's always fun, mat 3, when we see these types of schools wrestle each other in these big matches. We kind of get spoiled with all these similar matchups going into it. You often don't see an Illinois and Cal Poly match.
And both of these 133-pound semifinals scoreless after 3 minutes. Hawkeye goes on bottom, as does Lucas Byrd. Of course, Iowa looking to make its 35 consecutive tournaments with an NCAA finalist. It began back in 1990. Tom and Terry Brands winning national titles in 1990. Ayala looking for that quick escape. Those escapes inside of 10 seconds, so big, especially in these pressure-packed, high-stakes matches. Ayala leading it 1-0. Bird as well with the escape.
I really like that underhook that Fugit was just in against someone that's really good with a slide by. If you can close the gap and get to a position like an underhook that Fugit did, it slows down a lot of Ayala's defense. And knowing that, you know, he came off of a tech fall defeat earlier this season, this is already way closer, and it may come down to one huge takedown to change some momentum. Continue to close that gap, get into that hand fight, find an underhook. Never know what attacks can come off of it.
Ayala has brought the offense from Iowa City. 21-5 tech fall, then a 13-4 major, and a 23-10 major over Buzakis of Ohio State in the quarterfinals. Jacob Van D, a major decision. Another win for the Big Red.
When was the last time they lost a match? Honestly, I can't remember the last time they lost a match in this tournament.
Yeah, you talk about a team effort. Van D got beat in the first round.
So did Lenny Pinto. Both guys in the blood round.
So Van D is an All-American after losing in the first round. Short time in the second period as they roll out of bounds.
Bird getting out in 6 seconds on Seth Romney is incredible. Romney is so good on top. He's like a leech. He uses his arms, uses leverage to get to deep claws and ride guys. Bird got out in 6 seconds.
And Bird is really good on top as well. So now Romney will go on bottom to begin this third period. And that's big with that quick escape for Lucas Bird, because now with that riding time at 6 seconds, I mean, if you're Lucas Bird, you can fully commit to this ride, try to win this one with the riding time point.
Yep, if you're Bird, if it would have taken you like 45 seconds to get out,
different story.
Now you're looking at, wow, I have to ride the entire 2 periods to maybe get that riding time. With only 6 seconds, it's already in his favor. You can grind your way out to a minute, and a guy like Bird knows how to do that.
This is exactly where he wants to be. You see that violent mat return from Lucas Bird.
Now, what's huge off mat returns is not letting a guy pop up. You see how he flattened him out and he's controlling both legs. Off the mat return, the best guys in the business are able to get the mat return and then also keep guys flat. Maybe collect a wrist.
Get a wrist.
Yes, get a wrist is
huge.
Get
a wrist. CJ Composto. The Quakers have an All-American.
That's Composto's second time being an All-American. What a great career.
Lemley leading Frost on Matsu, bottom left. Lemley's had a nice tournament. Lucas Bird again, look at the mat awareness, knows exactly where he's at. And for Lucas Bird, riding time at 59 seconds. This is classic Lucas Bird.
His top wrestling has been clinical. He can do this for 55 seconds. I know he's going to want to stay on top, but also keep in mind, 1, not 2. What do I mean by that? If you get in a dangerous situation, give up the 1. You're going to have riding time. Don't risk giving up a reversal and then having that riding time come down.
And I don't believe he has been hit with a stall call yet. Bird staying behind the hips, has that half Nelson near side. Good forward pressure from Lucas Bird as he sinks that half Nelson in just a little bit deeper. 40 seconds to go.
I love a half Nelson. What a great ride.
Basics.
Claw ride to a half Nelson and putting the guy's head on the mat will never go out of style.
There's a roll from Romney, but Bird, good anticipation. And Lucas Bird now has that riding time locked up. Lucas Bird, he can feel it. He is headed to the national finals. 2-0, an escape at a riding time point for the now 3-time All-American Lucas Bird. Final seconds, second period. Drake Ayala takes a lead to the third.
And look at that. A takedown coming off the review gets 2 back points right as the clock goes out. That is exactly how you take control of a match. Nothing blows a match open like back points. Ayala really just took control there at the end of the second period. That's experience. That's being in this situation before and understanding that I know when I need to score and I know how I'm going to do it.
Lucas Bird and Drake Ayala met twice this season. Ayala beat him in the dual meets in Iowa City. And then Bird, of course, pinned him in the Big Ten final. They appear to be on a collision course, but still 1:35 to go. Ayala with the 6-1 lead. A cradle on mat number 5, Ethan Styles. Center of the mat. And he gets the fall. Ethan Styles, an All-American for Chris Pendleton and the Beavers.
What an awesome season for Ethan Styles. You ever hear some of his interviews? He's one of the most confident wrestlers in the country. He can back it up, All-American.
Connor McGonigal of Lehigh, an All-American as well. He wrestled on mat number 6. Tagging Jamison, Oklahoma State. The number 7 seed, Josh Coderhunt of Navy, the 4. That's a 1-point match on mat number 1. Lemley and Frost is a 1-point match on mat number 2. 1:20 remaining in the third. Good scramble with Frost and Lemley. Jacob Frost has both ankles. No takedown yet. Chest wrap from Lemley, and now he concedes, and the Cyclone takes the lead 9-7.
If you're Frost, try to get that mat return right here and stay on top. Great job. Now stay in bounds here. Keep him flattened out. Don't let him go out. You've got time. He's given the count. Work up a little bit. Stay there. 40 seconds. If you can get another 10 off, that's huge. Lemley takes him off the mat.
Drake Ayala back to the finals, and the streak continues. 35 straight tournaments. The Hawkeyes have had a national finalist back-to-back years for Drake Ayala from Fort Dodge, Iowa.
TNT, they got another one.
Love that streak. I want to see that. Check the box. I want to see Penn State, the 10 All-Americans.
A lot of history being made tonight.
Chase Eldate and Caleb Fish. These guys were teammates at Michigan State. These guys are really good friends, and they are wrestling to be an All-American, and neither one has been on the podium. This isn't exactly stout versus stout last night, but it's not that far off.
Yeah, you mentioned stout versus stout. Wrestling your brother is one thing. Now, you know, you're wrestling one of your best friends or college teammate. This is like taking them back to practice a couple years ago. It's like, hey, go in and get a scrap in. Oh yeah, we're doing it in the blood round at the national tournament.
Fish and Eldate, mat 5, upper right. I once asked Chase Eldate, who's the strongest guy? And he told me, Caleb Fish. Jacob Frost on mat number 2, 9-8. The Cyclone, Frost, an All-American. The heart keeps pumping this round. I mean, it is just constant emotion, the ups and downs, no in between. Thrill of victory, agony of defeat. Frost joining his brother Evan, who was an All-American last year, taking 6th. So both Frosts All-Americans for Kevin Dresser and Iowa State. We are sudden victory with Jamison and Coderhunt on mat number 1, upper left. Chase Eldate. Looked like he had Fish in trouble for a second, but Caleb Fish, in short time, inside of 20 seconds, will get that takedown.
That was a great flurry. Fish was going for a cement job.
Josh Coderhunt's an All-American from the Naval Academy. 4-1 for the midshipman.
Kerry Colat, his guy's an All-American. Great job there. Jamison takes a shot from out of space. Coderhunt catches that underhook, throws it by for a takedown. First All-American honors for Coderhunt. That is really special for Navy.
Love the emotion.
Imagine having Kerry Colat in your corner.
I could listen to Kerry Colat talk about wrestling for 7 years straight, and I'm not kidding. He is a must-follow on social media. One of the absolute greatest wrestling minds ever.
He's got a great interview on YouTube. It's an old video. I watch it all the time, and I'm a little crazy. I don't know why I love this video so much, but the premise of it is the mat session is the most important part of becoming a great wrestler. Yes, you can do all these things. You got to be in shape. You got to weight lift. You got to do all these things. It happens in the mat room. It happens in the mat session. I think it's just incredible.
The lab. Fish leading Eldate 3-1. Chase Eldate wrestled for Daniel Cormier, Gilroy, California. Daniel, interestingly enough, is sitting right next to us, and you can tell he's intense.
Yeah, we heard him getting fired up. Eldate went for that headlock. He said, he's almost got it. He slipped out of it. Fish got the takedown, but Eldate's competed really well this tournament.
He's had a really good tournament.
A lot of people maybe counted him out as a 23 seed. He knocked off some great wrestlers, put himself in a position, and sometimes part of accomplishing your goals is giving yourself an opportunity to do it. Getting there in the first place, getting to this tournament in the first place, and now putting yourself in an opportunity, whether it's the quarterfinals or the blood round. You've got to put yourself there in order to accomplish it.
Joey Oliveri and Vance Vombar, final seconds of the second period. That is a 2-1 match, riding time and on factor, as the Gopher will go on bottom. Eldate a front headlock, 22nd second period. He trails by a pair. That's on mat 5. New action on mat 1 with Cannon Webster and Gavin Drexler. Gavin Drexler, a 22 seed. Those seeds mean absolutely nothing tonight. Nothing.
Nothing. This tournament all weekend long, you've seen guys in the 20s knocking off people, and they look confident doing it. If they were supposed to not be confident going to these matches, somebody forgot to tell them. Look at Drexler, already in on the legs, trying to double off on Big Ten runner-up Cannon Webster.
Here we go again. What I believe, Trent, to be the best rivalry in all of college wrestling. It's on mat number 4 with Jesse Mendez and Bo Bartlett. These two have met 5 times the past couple of years. Last year, of course, Mendez beat the Nittany Lion in the Big Ten final and the NCAA final. This year, Bo Bartlett has gotten the better end of Mendez on a couple of occasions.
And when you wrestle someone so many times, the matches really start to become a chess match. How can I gain a little bit of an advantage that he hasn't seen before? Is there something that I scored on a couple matches ago that I could bring back? But a lot of the times, they know what each other's going to do, but they've got to dig deep to find something else that can work.
Bartlett beating Mendez at the Big Ten's 4-2 for third. They did wrestle at the NWCA All-Star Classic back in November, unofficial. Mendez won that match. So, I mean, this is a rivalry in every sense of the word. Brock Hardy and Cale Happel. This is the 5th meeting between those two. Hardy won the first matchup, but Happel has won 3 straight. Most recently, back in December of January of 25. A couple months back, it was 7-5. That was in that dual meet at Northern Iowa.
These guys had a crazy match 2 years ago at the Cliff Keen tournament. I was in the semifinals, and I think they might have wrestled in the backside or something. Happel was down, and he came back in a crazy match. The Northern Iowa crowd was going crazy, and in Cliff Keen, those results are nuts. The matches are awesome, but now all of a sudden we're seeing it in the semi.
They had a match in December of 2023. It was 15-13 Happel. Then they met in January of 24, 11-8 in sudden victory for Happel. So they've had some wild ones. Hardy and Happel, no score, 119 first period. And the number to get to for Bartlett and Mendez is 4. Every match they've had, the winner has scored 4 points.
Well, that's good to know. And, from an analytical standpoint, if I just had to score 4 points, how can I do it? Well, if I get a takedown, that certainly helps. If I get a riding time point, that's a point. If there's a stall point, a reversal, you want to start to think about, what is my path to victory? A guy like Mendez is probably going to do it on his feet. Bartlett, obviously good on top, but these guys are so elite on bottom, it's hard to ride somebody for more than a minute. It's probably going to be decided on a takedown.
Quick escapes, critical as always. Here is Brock Hardy, the Cornhusker, 3-0 lead inside of a minute first period. You talked about it before, Trent, the momentum Nebraska has right now. Fish and Saldate in sudden victory.
Fish keeps getting to this double under position. He's so close to getting a throw, and Saldate just keeps scrambling out of it. It's a great match on number 5.
Long-time teammates and friends at Michigan State, both transferring this season. Here's Caleb Fish. Fish in great shape. He's going to drive through, and Caleb Fish in sudden victory as an All-American. (7-4). Oklahoma State, another All-American in Fish. Big fan of both those guys. Great guys.
Yeah, great wrestlers. Saldate's had an awesome career. Spent most of it at Michigan State. Coming here to Michigan, had a great season, and did his best wrestling at the NCAA tournament. Yeah, he fell a little bit short, and to wrestle against one of your best friends too, that's a cool moment for both of them. That right now it stings a lot, but you get to look back on that in a couple of years and think that was pretty cool.
Bo Bartlett, quick escape inside of 10 seconds. He's up 1-0. Brock Hardy, 6-2 lead.
I've not seen Mendez do that underhook attack a lot. If you know me, I love that attack. He did a great job underhook, throw by, and coming to that single. Bartlett got out of it. Look for Mendez to attack that again. I really want to see that.
Did you see, Trent? I missed match 6. I think it was Oliveri and Vombar.
Vombar got the win. He was down 2-1 going into the third period. He kept sprinting back to the center. He was not going to be denied.
It's the Hurricane.
A 2-time All-American, Vombar.
Sammy Alvarez leading Jordan Williams on net number 2. Short time in the third. Sammy Alvarez of Ryder is going to be an All-American. The riding time point gives him a 5-0 decision. Brock Hardy. He hit a Winn-Dixie?
So he hit a Winn-Dixie, and the reason that they stopped it was because Hardy had gotten called for stalling earlier, and they were letting it play out because Happel had some momentum. You notice the indication with the referee stalling and holding his hand. That means that, okay, I hit him for stalling. Riding time is stopped for Hardy, and he can't advance any more positions and score, but I'm going to give Happel the benefit of the doubt here, continue to position to get the escape or the reversal. So that's hard if you're Hardy. You hit a great move, but you also don't get any points for it because you did get hit for stalling earlier.
So Hardy just missing out on something big, and now Happel trying to tie this one up. A takedown would do just that. Happel head to the outside, but here's where Brock Hardy has you exactly where he wants you. He's so comfortable in these positions.
He is so hard to score on. his knees, I swear he's got to have no ligaments in there or something. The way that he's able to bend and put himself in these positions. Now he's going to try to threaten this cradle. He's doing a great job keeping that leg. See how he pulls it to his chest? Great job by Brock Hardy. Now he wants to try to settle his hips. Short time here. Habbo trying to come out the back door. If Hardy can hook one of these ankles, he's going to be close to a takedown.
Time will run out on the Cornhusker. Goes to the third. Bartlett and Mendez, 1-1.
You said if someone's going to win this match, they probably have to score 4 points. It's 1 run right now. Whoever gets that takedown to go up to 4-1 is going to be in the driver's seat.
4 is the magic number with these two. Bartlett this season winning both matches 4-2. Last season, they were all 4-1 finals. Gavin Drexler of North Dakota State leading Webster on mat number 1 midway through the second period. That's up on top left of your screen. Askey and Bianchi on mat number 5 upper right. Here's Tyler Kasak on mat number 2. A win would give Penn State 10 All-Americans. They would join Minnesota as the only team to do it. The Gophers, of course, in 2001. Whizzer there from Bartlett. 30 seconds left in regulation. What do you see in this position?
Mendez got to get his hands locked. Bartlett's doing a good job of pushing Mendez's head down. See him building up. Now he's got his hands locked. Be ready for Bartlett to roll. He's one of the most athletic guys and agile guys. He will roll from any position. Mendez has got to get that foot up in the air. Stay short or low. Nothing yet.
No takedown yet for Mendez. Final 10 seconds. Mendez looking for the win. Mendez looking to hook the ankle. No takedown. We are headed to sudden victory.
Man, no takedown.
Challenge brick comes in from the Ohio State corner. He had both legs.
He had both legs, and you know, and this is where I want to see that be called a takedown, but they really haven't called that a takedown all year until guys are hooking that back leg. Mendez had both legs. He's got Bartlett almost on his back, and they're allowing reaction time to continue this position. It's hard. Just because I don't feel like I've seen them call that a takedown this season, I would be very surprised if they overturn that.
These guys have such great battles. And Brock Hardy on mat number 3 with the (11-4). I was looking to see if it was bonus points for Hardy. 11-4, a decision, and Brock Hardy, third a year ago, will wrestle for a national title tomorrow night at 141 pounds. Brock Hardy is on a roll.
Finally got himself to the finals. He's had such an amazing career, has done so much winning, never made the national finals, just put himself there.
No takedown, Mendez and Bartlett. Let's go, 2 minutes on the clock. Both guys toeing the center of the Resolite. It's time for sudden victory.
Both guys got to be looking for a re-attack. You know, you want to be the guy that's aggressive and take the risk, but sometimes you're just waiting for someone to get out of position for a second and look for a drag to a single or a snap down go behind.
Mendez, the reigning national champion here at 141. What are you thinking, Trent?
Well, right now, Bartlett's just controlling center. It looks like he's waiting for Mendez to get extended. Both of these guys' position and stance discipline is really elite. But what Bartlett will do is he'll hang out, and then he'll sting you real quick. So if you're Mendez, you got to stay disciplined in your stance. He's got to bite on that single leg. Look for a maybe fake, get him to reach, and then get back on that single leg.
1:10 remaining in sudden victory. Each guy with an escape. Mendez so close to winning it late. Front headlock position here for Mendez. Both guys ear to ear, collar ties as they drift towards the edge. Down to 50 seconds. Shot there by Mendez. Good defense. Bartlett able to stay square. Front headlock position here for the Nittany Lion. Just over 30 seconds left. And now blood on Mendez. What do you think these guys are hearing from the coaches?
Well, right now, you're getting the situation, right? There's 34 seconds, and they're probably saying, hey, do you want to end this on your feet? If you want to, you got to go now because you only have 34 seconds. If not, you can take it to these 30-second rideouts. But because these athletes are so good, these coaches trust them so much, they have a lot of autonomy in their decisions. Hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to go end this now, or do you want to take it to the 30-second tiebreakers?
Fake by Mendez. Bartlett goes collar tie once again, left side. Mendez adjusting his headgear.
I'll tell you what, you want to talk about a jigsaw puzzle? Try putting one of those Cliff Keen headgears together when they come undone.
I got to tell you that I'm not saying a little anxiety, right? A little bit. We've all been there. It is the best headgear made, no question.
It certainly is. And I mean,
those classic headgears, but yes, I mean, they're a little tricky.
If you ask me, just get rid of the headgear.
No, we finally disagree on something, Trent.
Get rid of these headgears. It's too much time for stupid stuff like this. All these guys got cauliflower ear. Too many team points taken away from throwing. I will say, I haven't seen any refs take any team points away so far, and I love that because I have seen a lot of headgear
I love
throws.
a good headgear spike. I love
too.
it. I love a good headgear spike. It's okay to be emotional sometimes. I mean, so win a big match like tonight, spike the headgear. I'm not saying you should do that. I wish you could.
Yeah.
Without a penalty. So they continue to work on Mendez's headgear. "16 seconds left in this sudden victory. Just little things in matches you got to deal with.
Yeah, it's a complete reset, right? This is almost around 2 minutes of break, and they'll come back with 16 seconds in overtime.
Shot there from Bartlett. And we will go to the tiebreakers. So Bartlett gets the choice. He defers, and Mendez will go on bottom.
So that is a really big choice. Bartlett defers, makes Mendez go down on bottom. Now, if you're Bartlett, you're going to do everything you can to stay on top for 30 seconds. And if you do that, then you know. This is really interesting.
Bartlett showing an optional start, but he does not release Mendez. Bartlett able to bring Mendez down to the mat, takes 5 seconds off.
Yeah, a bit of a fake out there by Bartlett, but Mendez did a good job. He realized he couldn't find hands and gave himself a fresh start so he could restart. 5 seconds riding time for Bartlett.
Gonna switch sides. Here's a roll from Mendez off the whistle. Pops to his feet. Bartlett stays with him. The Nittany Lion looking for a mat return. Been able to ride Mendez for 10 seconds. And out of bounds. This is great execution from Bartlett.
Well, what he's doing is when Mendez gets up to his feet, he's getting his feet off the mat, and he's able to guide him to the edge. So that way, as soon as Mendez starts to get some momentum to get off, he can take him out of bounds, get 14 seconds that way.
Showing that optional start once again. And again, he gets on Mendez. Down to 10 seconds. And Bartlett and Mendez go out of bounds.
So now if you're Mendez, you have 8 seconds to get out. You've got to give your best attempt, and you're already kind of shifting your mind to, I know I got to ride this guy out for 30 seconds.
Tyler Kasak, your winner on mat 2. Penn State has made history The Nittany Lions will have 10 All-Americans here in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, Mendez gets the escape. 2-1 score, riding time 27 seconds for Bo Bartlett.
And Mendez went for a roll. He almost gave up back points, but was able to kick out and get the big escape. Now, if you're Mendez, you've got to put on a ride. This is for a chance to go back to the national finals, to repeat again. It's going to take everything you have to ride Bartlett right here.
Quick stand up there by Bartlett. There's a mat return by Mendez, popping right back up. And out of bounds. Took off 7 seconds.
He needs about 3 more of those. You got to be ready for Bartlett to roll on one of these mat returns. You see how he slammed his hips on that first attempt. Be ready for him to roll, slam the hips down, and try to get him flattened out. No stall calls on Mendez either. He can take one.
Right there on the edge, down to 15 seconds. Bartlett has 6 seconds of riding time. Mendez needs to ride him for 7 seconds. There's a roll from Bartlett, but Mendez keeps that single leg. And Jesse Mendez will wrestle for a national title tomorrow night.
Mendez is such a competitor. Great job on top. Bartlett created that roll. He stayed with it on the leg. Wow, Jesse Mendez.
Mendez and Bartlett. I love watching those two warriors compete. On this night, Mendez finds a way to get it done. Able to ride Bartlett for 30 seconds. And Trent, you and I talk about this a lot. That is not easy.
It is not easy at all. And it's not easy to ride anybody for 30 seconds, let alone Bo Bartlett. And keep in mind, that escape with 3 seconds. Mendez really could have packed it in. There were 6 seconds on the restart. He could have said, I'm going to get myself ready for my 30 seconds on top. He continued to wrestle. He got an escape. He knew exactly what he needed to do in those 30 seconds. I promise you, in the Ohio State room, he has had to do that before in a really hard time. When the wrestling match gets hard, you fall back to who you were when the training gets hard. Jesse Mendez is that dude.
And you know what you call that, Trent? That, my friend, is some tough wrestling.
Tough wrestling. Let's go.
An all Big Ten affair at 141 with Brock Hardy and Jesse Mendez. Mendez wrestling for his 2nd national title tomorrow night. Vinny Zerman and Brandon Cannon. 3rd period action on mat number 1. Tommy Askey and Matty Bianchi.
The margins are just so thin at every single one of these matches. We have not had a bad match. You look at any of the blood round matches, these guys are such elite competitors. Sometimes the difference is literally between 1 position, 1 second, 1 inch.
Matty Bianchi of Little Rock, a quick escape. Bianchi from Two Rivers, Wisconsin. He's wrestling on mat 5, upper right. Got that quick escape. Askey just 3 seconds of riding time. Those quick escapes are so big. One thing that we've seen all tournaments, you got to be good in all positions. You can't be one of these guys like, I'm just going to do takedowns. No, you got to be good in all positions.
You're not going to get away with that. Not at this level of wrestling. It may be a couple of matches here or there. You'll get away with getting a lot of takedowns and cutting the guy. At some point at this tournament, you are going to have to ride, and you're going to have to do that to win.
Terrell Barraclaw with a 1-0 lead on mat 6. On Nick Hamilton of Virginia, short time, 2nd period. Barraclaw coming off a really tough loss in the quarterfinals. Matty Bianchi, an All-American for Little Rock. I've known Matty since he was in high school. Great young man, phenomenal family. super happy for Matty Bianchi, an All-American.
I am so impressed with what Little Rock program does. Neil Arisman is one of the greatest, best coaches in the country right now. With what he's doing with these guys and get the momentum that he has with that program, really special. Matty Bianchi fought his way through the tournament, lost a close one, comes back, gets his All-American status.
Trent, you said it. It's every match. I mean, all these matches, high stakes, guys competing. Three-time All-American Cam Amin on mat number 5 against the redshirt freshman Braden Scholes of Illinois. Hunter Garvin and Julian Ramirez, mat number 2, bottom left, beginning of the second period. Cam Steed and Bo Mantanona getting ready to settle the score on mat number 1, upper left. Good slide by there from Garvin. Ramirez rolls. Garvin stays with him. 3 for Garvin.
Shane, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Garvin beat Ramirez in the blood round at this tournament last year. I need to check that again. I know Ramirez lost in the blood round and Garvin won. I can't quite remember. I didn't want to be too confident in it, but it sounds eerily familiar.
When you rattled off Alex Deringer's 3 national title wins, I was impressed. So I'm going to trust. This is one of those situations if somebody says, Shane, do you trust Trent? I'm going to say, I trust him. We'll look it up. You thought it was last NCAAs? So pulling it up on my computer, here is Hunter Garvin in 2024 at the NCAAs. He beat Nick Hamilton of Virginia.
I think it might have been Peyton Hall that he beat.
He beat Peyton Hall 14-4. He majored Peyton Hall.
That must have been the blood round. No, Ramirez lost in the blood round in that moment. Here he's going big. Ramirez goes big. Garvin puts himself to his back. Those are big points. He was down 7-2. He's right back into this match.
And Garvin will fight off his back, but Ramirez with a big move. And Ramirez takes a 9-7 lead with 20 seconds left in the second period. 149-pound semifinals. The reigning national champion at this weight class, Caleb Henson, Virginia Tech, and Dylan D'Amelio of Ohio State. And D'Amelio with a good attack defended by Henson. Caleb Henson, really impressed with the way this guy competes. He doesn't give you anything easy. Meanwhile, on bottom, Ridge Lovett and Shane Van Ness on mat number 4, and Ridge Lovett 3-0. These two met in the dual meet in Lincoln mid-January. Lovett beat Van Ness 10-2. If I remember right, Trent, Van Ness took a 2-0 lead. Ultimately, it was a 10-2 final. It was on January 17th. Henson beat D'Amelio back on November 23rd, 10-5. Dylan D'Amelio, an All-American a couple of years ago, down at 141, now a 2-time All-American. What a career in Columbus. And here is Lovett. He's got Van Ness in trouble. Going to be some near-fall points for Ridge Lovett.
And that's how he beat him in that dual meet. He was down in the third period. He got a takedown and back points. He goes back to that claw ride. Wow, Ridge Lovett has just been dominating on top these last 3 matches.
And remember that first match to open this tournament, he was wrestling the 31 seed Sam Cartella from Northwestern. He was trailing the Wildcat, ultimately won 10-8. And as you mentioned at that time, Trent, you weren't concerned. You said, hey, sometimes these things happen. At that point, it's survive and advance, get on track, and like so many of his teammates, he's red hot.
Yeah, and it woke him up, right? You have a little bit of a scare in that match. It wakes you up, and you start competing way better, and that's exactly what you saw out of Ridge Lovett today.
6-0 midway through this first period. Ever since that 10-8 win, Lovett a 15-0 tech fall, and then a 12-0 major over Cannon Webster earlier today. That was a 1-0 final in the Big Ten championship match. Ridge Lovett. Talk about a guy, Trent, that's good in all positions. Ridge Lovett.
He's so good on his feet. He's so good at scrambling. He's probably even better on top, and that is rare. Usually guys are really good at top. They can ride really well. Not only does he ride, he scores a lot of back points on really good guys.
Lovett, a two-time Big Ten champion, made the national finals in 2022, lost to Yanni Diakomahalis in Detroit. Last year, the #1 seed, lost to Caleb Henson. Was that in the semis last year to Henson?
It was in the semis, and there was a bit of a, it was a last by Lovett. He decided to go neutral instead of bottom. There was a decision where
I think he picked top.
He might have picked top. There was a decision that he made, and it was kind of a one
that
he
regretted. It's a 1-0 match, and he picked top.
Yep. And those are decisions that, listen, yeah, they really hurt, but you learn from it. And now, you know, he puts himself back in this opportunity to maybe get a rematch with Henson. I promise you, if he's in that situation again, he won't make the same mistake.
Ridge Lovett in this first period, a takedown, a turn, flirting with another one, and riding time already over 2.5 minutes, and he's got Van Ness on his back again. A cradle for Ridge Lovett.
This is domination by Lovett. 2 sets of back points in the first period to go up 10-0. Come on. Come on, Shane.
10-0 first period.
Be ready for an exciting finish here on mat 2. Hunter Garvin got thrown to his back at the end of the second period, got 2 takedowns to go up 13-12. Ramirez really's got to put on a sprint to get a final takedown here.
Quick stand up there by Lovett. 11-0. D'Amelio and Henson scoreless after 1. D'Amelio, the Buckeye, starting period on bottom. Hunter Garvin in a shootout. 16-12 on mat number 2 over Julian Ramirez and Hunter Garvin. Now a 2-time All-American.
Coach Sean Gray and Hayden Hidley hug after that one. Garvin's not an easy guy to coach, but wow, a rewarding one.
The Iowa native. He'll take another All-American trophy back to Palo Alto. Cam Steed and Bo Manzanone, 1-point match, riding time and on factor. D'Amelio leading Henson 2-1.
Yeah, we saw it. D'Amelio got a reversal and Caleb Henson got it right to an escape. He's good in that underhook position. D'Amelio going for a fireman's. Now Henson's in a good opportunity to chase this front head offense. Look for him to be active here. Bounce, chase corner.
Look at Van Ness. Got to work his way back into it. Still plenty of time, especially with that 4-point near fall. He's got himself back into position. Still a tall mountain to climb for Van Ness, but you know there's going to be no quit in him.
I love it's a guy because he's so comfortable with guys getting to their legs. Sometimes letting a guy like Van Ness get to your legs is dangerous because he's so good at finishing. Van Ness has probably got to get a takedown at the end of this period here to really give him a chance in the third period.
If he gets a takedown to close out this second period, be huge for him. Okay, Henson goes on bottom on mat number 3. An escape would tie things up, and we are tied at 2. Closing seconds in the second period, and Lovett, 13-6. He does have over 2 minutes of riding time. in Contreras and Wask. Mat number 2, bottom left. 1-1 on mat number 1. That is sudden victory now with Steed and Mantanona. Here's Caleb Henson. Single leg. And Caleb Henson, the Hokie, takes the 5-2 lead with that third period takedown.
That was a good finish by Henson. He came up to the hip, and he was continuing to pull it back. He was ready for D'Amelio to kick over, pressured forward, and got the takedown.
Henson and Lovett met in the Cliff Keen. Henson won in sudden victory. Lenny Pinto and Simon Ruiz on mat number 6. No score in the second period. Bottom right. Scholes and Amin 1-1, and that match is headed to sudden victory. .60 seconds left, third period. So now Lovett has the riding time point locked up. So he's up by 8. So barring disaster, Lovett will wrestle for a national title. Henson with that mat return takes riding time over 60 seconds.
Henson's just a grinder on top. He does all the little things right on top.
Beat Austin Gomez of Michigan last March in Kansas City to get his first national title. Ridge Lovett got out to that quick start. And it will be a 14-8 final. Lovett over Van Ness. Ridge Lovett, for the second time in his career, will wrestle for a national title. It will be the top 2 seeds at 149. Henson and Lovett for all the marbles at 149. And yet another win for Nebraska.
I feel like we've been saying that a lot today, Shane. Nebraska looks great. You got Lenny Pinto down on mat 6 in a tight one. And Caleb Henson returns to the national finals. Awesome match set up with Ridge Lovett.
Cameron Amin, now a 4-time All-American.
That's so impressive. What an awesome family that he comes from. I was able to compete against his cousin Miles a couple of times. Those guys, what a championship pedigree family. Just an awesome family. Awesome to see Cam Amin get All-American finish. And how about Cam Steed over on mat 1, All-American for the first time.
The Tigers an All-American on mat number 1 in the 9-seed Cam Steed. 4-1 over the Wolverine Mantanona.
It's been a tough season for Missouri. Not the season that they thought they were going to have. A lot of injuries and adversity, but for Coach Brian Smith, great job of getting Cam Steed on the podium.
Super exciting. Fun guy to watch. Pinto and Ruiz on mat number 6. Ruiz with 2 minutes of riding time. Lenny Pinto is not in too many matches where there is 1 point on the scoreboard. Maddie Singleton and Lennox Wallach on mat number 5. Going to be a takedown for Maddie Singleton. Georgia native up 5-0.
It's a cool matchup here. They've wrestled twice this season. Singleton winning both of them. It was a pretty good match in the duel, even tighter in the ACC semifinals. You see that position a lot. Wolak loves being an over-under and threatening that inside trip, but Maddie Singleton's great Greco. You see him go body lock. He went for the takedown. He got 2 swipes. Virginia Tech is challenging that there was no back points. We'll see what it comes to in the review.
.17 seconds left on mat number 6. Going to be 2-1 as Ruiz has that riding time point. And Simon Ruiz is an All-American for Cornell.
That's an awesome moment for Coach David McFadden. You know he probably works with him all the time. Simon Ruiz, first year in the lineup, first year at the national tournament, gets it done over Lenny Pinto, who went on a warpath to get there. What a huge win for Simon Ruiz.
Pinto winning several matches on the backside, coming up just short. Pinto lost in the first round too, right?
He sure did. Yeah, he lost in the first round. Won 4 matches to get himself there. 3 matches.
Mat number 1, Patrick Kennedy and Luca Augustine. Wask and Incontrera 3-3. Wask with 1.5 minutes of riding time as he darts back in on a single.
Now, like I said a couple of times before, you want to try to get above the knee. See Incontrera limp kneeing out of that. It's hard to finish on. Both of these programs, Penn and Navy, had All-Americans earlier. Composto with Penn, and we saw Coder Hunt with Navy get All-American honors. This would be huge. One of these teams getting 2 All-Americans, really big.
Allred and Fishback upcoming on mat number 6.
Yeah, you saw on mat 5, they took those 2 swipes away, so just a takedown for Singleton. He's riding hard on top, coming down on 6. You mentioned Fishback and Allred, another Nebraska guy in the blood round.
The Hawkeye trails by 2, 50 seconds first period. Upper left on mat number 1.
How about Luca Augustine from Waynesburg, Pennsylvania? Awesome high school. He is so hard to score on. Really strong, good in underhooks. This is a matchup where both guys hand fight extremely well, so you know it's gonna be a bruiser.
Wask has taken the lead in the third period on mat number 2. Shane Sparks, Trent Heidley, glad to have you here on MATCST on ESPN+. Been a lot of fun. Hope you've enjoyed it. Singleton 8-0 on mat 5. The Panther going on bottom here in second period, mat 1. Announcing the semifinalists at 157 pounds. What a tournament for Trevor Chumbley. The 20 seed for Matt Storniolo and Northwestern. Had a big win last night over the 4 seed Rafael Hippolito of Virginia Tech in the tiebreakers. And Joey Blaze, a 5-4 win this morning in the quarters over the number 1 seed Tyler Kasak of Penn State. Bottom half of the bracket, the number 2 seed Meyer Shapiro of Cornell, and Antrell Taylor from Nebraska. Shapiro beat Vinny Zerbin of Northern Colorado earlier today, 9-4. Taylor cemented his spot in the semifinal with a 5-4 win over Matty Bianchi of Little Rock. Navy with another All-American.
Awesome job by Coach Kolak, getting 2 guys on the podium. Amazing, amazing job.
Patrick Kennedy on mat number 1 with riding time at 45 seconds. Silas all red on mat number 6. A 3-0 lead. Double unders there from Antrell Taylor. Taylor was an All-American last year at 165. Nebraska, handful of guys that dropped a weight class.
Yeah, you had both Pinto and Allred coming down to 74 and 84, opened up that spot for McDaniel, who's in the blood round as well, so it seemed to pay off, obviously, for Nebraska with the tournament that they're having.
That hammerlock position there for Allred, who has riding time at 50 seconds in this first period after getting that first takedown. Jackson Smith and DJ Parker, mat number 2. Joey Blaze looking to give Purdue a national finalist. They haven't won a national title in quite some time, been over 3 decades. But Joey Blaze, he's a stud, and Trevor Chumbley, really solid career at Northwestern, one of the pillars of that program. Talk about a guy that's just been a great guy in that program. Believe me, once upon a time he was behind like Ryan Deacon. Like, he's been behind some guys and really had to work for it and earn it.
Yeah, and it's the stories that you love to hear, especially, you know, backing up a guy like Ryan Deacon, who is one of my favorite wrestlers. You know, just put in his time, finally got to the big stage, won his national title. For a guy like Chumbley to, you know, probably take some whoopings from, but learn from a guy like that, and finally you're seeing him get a chance to show how good he is in this tournament. Hasn't been favored in any of the matches, has won close, has won big. He showed the ability to be poised in big moments, and so is Blaze. Beating Kasak in that last round, it kind of seemed like Kasak had a lot of momentum and winning the early periods, but Blaze was able to force a scramble on the edge and great mat awareness to finish. He's going to show some of that mat awareness here on the edge too. Trying to stay in bounds. He's got to try to pull those legs back in. See how he's just shifting the legs back in? That's awesome wrestling by Blaze. It's those little details that's a huge takedown.
Got those ankles hooked and gets the 3 right there on the edge. Just over 30 seconds remaining in this first period. Of course, if you are Blaze right here, finish this period on top. Big restart coming with 22 seconds. Antrell Taylor working on the edge and out of bounds. Short time in the first. Video reviews on both mats 1 and 2. They're on your left. Also on mat 5. Chumbley gets the escape. Scoreless after 3 minutes with Taylor and Shapiro. Shapiro will go underneath. Quick escape, and Shapiro up 1-0. Augustine a 5-2 lead on mat number 1. No score with Smith and Parker on 2. Taylor with an underhook. Team standings, Penn State with 101. Nebraska 87.5. Oklahoma State 77. I believe that says Iowa 49.
Iowa 49, Ohio State 44. Under
Mark Manning, Nebraska has taken a trophy back to Lincoln twice.
Kennedy on a shot here in the third period, down by 2 on Augustine. Reaches for that leg, it's just not going to get it. Augustine gets hit for stalling, backing out of bounds. That's just his first warning, though.
Taylor now with the choice. Nebraska in 2008 and 2009, they were 4th place both those seasons. And on mat number 1, Patrick Kennedy takes the lead, 6-5, and Kennedy has riding time over a minute.
Kennedy's a guy, he's always talking about putting on the work boots and chopping wood. That's what he did this match. He just kept chopping the tree down. Finally got his takedown. Now he's just got to ride this out to become an All-American.
If there was a Patrick Kennedy fan club, sign me up.
We're in it.
Just one of those guys. Just love the way that he handles himself. You said it, Trent. He just puts his head down and keeps on working. Taylor and Shapiro 1-1, riding time and on factor. Down to 15 seconds. Kennedy up by 2 with that riding time point. Silas Allred, another win for Nebraska, and Silas Allred, for the first time in his career, he has cracked the code. He's an All-American. Antrell Taylor spins behind, and he takes the lead on Shapiro, 4-1.
45 seconds left here. That's a big takedown for Taylor. Up by 4 with 40. Now you just have to be a finisher. Shapiro's got to get an escape and go get a takedown in short time if you're Taylor. Really lock this down.
And for the first time in his career, Patrick Kennedy, he's an All-American. Blaze up on Chumley, mat number 3, 4-2 match. Riding time and on factor.
Now, if there's anybody that's good enough to get a takedown in 30 seconds, it's Shapiro.
Antrell Taylor, good job to neutralize him with an underhook on the right side.
And that's exactly what I would do. If I'm wrestling someone that's as dynamic as Shapiro, I would go to the underovers for that exact reason. Got him on his back. Antrell Taylor.
Antrell Taylor is going to wrestle for a national title. You talk about a story of perseverance. Antrell Taylor puts a cherry on top with that mat return. 7-2. Antrell Taylor at 157. It is going to be Antrell Taylor and Joey Blaze. Blaze with the 4-2 decision. What a tournament, Trent.
157 has been so fun. Joey Blaze getting to the finals. He's just gritted through that victory, but that KSAC victory, you come back to that, taking out the 1 seed and following that up. Sometimes after you get a big upset, sometimes it's hard to reset and go wrestle again. He reset, came back tonight, got a huge win in the semis. Antrell Taylor taking out Meyer Shapiro.
What intrigues you about that matchup?
Well, I think it's Antrell Taylor's his explosiveness from space, his ability to get to doubles, and that over-under position. I love when he gets over. He's One of my favorite techniques is going over-under, and I call it an Iranian lat drop whip over. It's not a full lat drop. You kind of jump down to your knees and throw it by. It's a lot low risk, but you can always go feet to back. He's someone that does that skill really well, and you saw late in that match his ability with Shapiro, who's so dynamic, to get to that over-under. He awarded himself another takedown to seal the match. And with Blaze, he's so good at scrambling. So can Antrell Taylor close the gap, get to his underhooks, get to his doubles, or can Blaze get to his nifty attacks and use his wrestling IQ to further some positions?
Taylor beat Blaze in the dual meet on February 23rd, 4-1. And then Blaze beat Taylor at the Big Tens.
Maddie Singleton of NC State just won the blood round for the third time this season over Lennox Wolick, somebody that I train with on a pretty consistent basis, and awesome to see him get that. Pretty funny moment last year. I always come back to this. We're in the wrestling room, and I'm wrestling with a great teammate of mine, Alex Faison. We start getting into it a little bit. Some fists start flying. All of a sudden, we got our teammates. Singleton comes in. Jackson Arrington comes in. The fists are flying. I'm trying to hit Faison. I'm actually hitting those other guys, so it's a little bit of insight on how chippy some of these practices can go, but it's what leads you to become a great wrestler. And Singleton, really an up-and-down season. The start of it was not great. He's really putting it together at the right time. He won the ACC title, brought it in here, and finally got on the podium.
Jackson Smith and DJ Parker on mat number 2. 60 seconds left, third period. There is a stall call on Smith. Parker with a single leg on the edge. Going to try to create some space. Reaches for that opposite left ankle.
You're going to see these splits by Jackson Smith. He is so good at defending single legs. He'll stay in this position all day long in the splits.
Talked about Caleb Henson, Georgia native. Jackson Smith, Georgia also.
And Maddie Singleton.
And Maddie
Georgia.
Singleton.
We could have 3 guys from Georgia get into the All-American status.
Novak and Beard. Second period action on mat number 6. Novak leading the 2-time All-American 5-4. DJ Washington and Edmund Ruth. Ruth an All-American a season ago. Foca and Bruneau on mat number 1 is scoreless as they begin second period. Foca underneath.
How about Aiden Bruneau? What a tournament he's having.
23 seed.
Bruneau lost round 1 to Edmund Ruth and has battled his way to get to the blood round. He beat Ryder Rogotsky, he pinned Reese Heller, and then he won in overtime over Cartagena Walsh.
Novak extends his lead. The Cowboy up 8-4 with riding time at 1:20. I'm going off of memory here, Trent. I think Alex Clemson had an All-American in Yusuf Hamida at heavyweights. I think that is the last All-American for Maryland. Team scores. Penn State right now with 101. Nebraska with 98. Oklahoma State 77. Iowa in 4th with 49, ahead of Ohio State, the Buckeyes with 44. Penn State is not going to win by 100 in Philly.
I don't think so. I mean, with Nebraska, they just kept winning. They put their guys in the quarterfinals. They won the quarterfinal matchups. Now they're winning the semifinal matches.
What it's all about right there on mat number 2. Alex Clemson has an All-American in Jackson Smith. Came down from 197. He will be on the podium tomorrow night.
I'll tell you what, I wrestled Jackson Smith. I alluded to that earlier today. Wrestled him in the Cliff Keen finals last year, and I knew after that match that kid was something special. I came out the mat. It was a low-scoring match. I really had to grind to get to a win, and you leave the mat knowing that, okay, that kid is really good.
DJ Washington leading Edmund Ruth 3-1. Coming up on mat number 2, Camden McDaniel and Gabe Sollers. Like seeing that Indiana logo up there a couple of times. Hoosiers looking for a couple of All-Americans. Tell you what, if I'm Mitchell Messenbrink, I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but man, now he's got Christopher Minto of Nebraska. It seems like everything's going right for Nebraska.
Hey, all of a sudden, you start to see that you're wrestling somebody from Nebraska. You're like, wait a second. What am I going to have to do to win this match?
Messenbrink and Minto. Mitchell Messenbrink, the two-time Big Ten champion. National runner-up, falling to David Carr by a point last March. And on the bottom, looking forward to this matchup, Trent, with Peyton Hall and Mikey Caliendo. Peyton Hall 33-1 this season. Caliendo 23-2. His 2 losses to Mitchell Messenbrink. But Caliendo and Hall, these guys have been spectacular this season.
And definitely a contrast in styles. Peyton Hall, one of the elite scramblers in the country. Caliendo, just so strong positionally. When he gets to your legs, he picks you off the mat and finishes hard.
Quick stall call on Minto. Christopher Minto, the number 12 seed. Good return there from Novak of Wyoming. The 15 seed for Mark Branch has over 3 minutes of riding time. It will be a 13-4 major decision. Novak is an All-American, and Messenbrink and Minto on a scramble there on mat number 3. Messenbrink gets the takedown 3-0. Caliendo striking first, the Hawkeye, that same lead. And Caliendo with a tilt at 165, Trent. These top 3 guys, these top 3 seeds have really been the head of the class.
They really have. Peyton Hall was pushed by Garvin in the quarterfinal match, but he's had an exceptional season. Caliendo, dog on a bone right here, getting back to his offense. Peyton Hall has had these matches a couple times this year where he's fallen down early and he's really wrestled back. Watch the way he's able to defend this. He'll oftentimes go limp knee. He's got great defense, but he'll get himself back in this match. He's a true competitor. Look at that defense right there. See that limp knee? The ref's going to stop it, but he doesn't want him to.
Caliendo, a 2-time All-American, collected his first All-American honor for the Bison of North Dakota State. It's his 2nd season in Iowa City. Peyton Hall, he's a 2-time All-American, 7th a year ago. Messenbrink loves that coffee grinder. You call it the what? The Perry Pick?
Perry Pick.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
As long as it's not, it's a head lever. Like, come on. There is nothing cool about that name.
I had some people in my mentions after that 1 round were saying that they love a head lever, but I've always known it as the Perry Pick.
Messenbrink 4-0 lead. Caliendo 9-1.
Caliendo's been able to stop the rolls from Hall. He's so good at being able to extend the position when guys are in his legs, but Caliendo's doing a good job of anticipating it and stopping the scramble before it happens.
Messenbrink riding time at 2 minutes. Shot there by Peyton Hall. Short time in the first period. Limp arm by the Mountaineer Hall, and he's going to score the 3 inside of 10 seconds. Puts him right back into this match, a 9-5 score.
It's the ability of Hall to just scrap back, and that takedown is huge. 9-2 is way different than 9-5.
Hawkeye with choice will go on bottom. Caliendo attempting to join Drake Ayala, who will wrestle for the national title at 133. Van Keener and Dayton Pitzer on mat number 6. No score, 90 seconds in. Chris Foca for Cornell. Foca, now a two-time All-American. He was third in 2023. Fell in the blood round a year ago. McDaniel and Solers. 55 seconds, second period. That's on mat 2.
Keep your pressure, Dave. Keep that pressure up. Yes. Pass that elbow every time. Pass that elbow every time.
And Mitchell Messenbrink. Another takedown, 8-0 for the Nittany Lion. Max Stout and Wyatt Volker set for battle on mat 1.
Volker was someone that lost round 1, got upset early, and has really competed hard to get himself back into this blood round.
What impresses you most about Mitchell Messenbrink and the attack rate and his style of wrestling?
I think it's his ability to attack both sides of the body. Oftentimes in wrestling, you have obviously your number one move and you're attacking to one side of the bottom, but Messenbrink can attack single to both sides. He can attack high C to both sides, his snap, go behinds. He'll attack both sides of the body, so it's hard to predict which way he's going, and that pace of going back and forth is hard to keep up with.
A bonus point machine. Mitchell Messenbrink goes back to the coffee grinder. Good breakdown. And looking for a tilt late in the second period. Flirting with some near fall. Keeter and Pitzer scoreless after the first period. DJ Washington of Indiana. Welcome to the All-American Club. Head coach Angel Escobedo, that is CJ Red, the former Cornhusker. What a moment for DJ Washington.
Awesome. He's always had the skills. He's always put himself in positions to accomplish this. Gets it done today. Big win over a former All-American in Edmund Ruth.
So I would tell you this, Trent, respectfully, you are never a former All-American. You're always an All-American.
That's true.
All-American. You can't take it away.
That is the great thing about this sport. When you accomplish that, nobody can ever take that away from you.
Dan Keeter has an escape, and now in position to get a takedown, and he leads it 4-0. Ben Keeter really found momentum at the Big Tens, took third behind Gable and Greg Kirkfleet. Mitchell Messenbrink and Mikey Caliendo. Pretty dominating semifinal performances up to this point. Mitchell Messenbrink, it is just all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, one attack after another, like I said, attacking both sides of the body. You get attacked to a single on the right side. Next time you come up, opponent's ready for you to go to right side. You attack left side.
Messenbrink and Caliendo, their closest match in the Big Ten final. A couple weeks back in Evanston. Would you agree, Trent, or disagree? The more you wrestle somebody, it's advantage underdog or not necessarily?
I would say so. I mean, especially in folk style, the longer you wrestle somebody, the more time you get to kind of adjust to that style. But, you know, sometimes when you're just the better guy, you continue to get the action going and you just continue to win.
For the second time in his career, Mitchell Messenbrink will wrestle for a national title. Another bonus point victory for Mitchell Messenbrink. And Messenbrink will meet a familiar foe. Mikey Caliendo of Iowa.
Yeah, those back points that Caliendo got in the first period really opened this match. Peyton Hall fought his way back, scored a lot of points, but hard to overcome that deficit.
So Caliendo joins Ayala as Hawkeyes in the finals tomorrow night. And Camden McDaniel gives the Cornhuskers another All-American. How many they have? 7 or 8?
I think they're at 7. Caleb Smith, Jacob Van D, Brock Hardy, Ridge Lovett, Antrell Taylor, Lenny Pinto lost, Silas Allred won, and now Camden McDaniel.
Well, 65 you had 57 Taylor. 65 was Minto. So Minto's an All-American. 74 then is Pinto, not an All-American. Allred an All-American 84.
McDaniel. 8, right? Because they brought 9 people and only lost 1.
Holy smokes.
If you were to tell somebody that a team got 8 All-Americans and they might not win the team title, you'd probably say they were crazy. What a great performance by Nebraska. It's just, I mean, it seems like I've said it a ton of times, but it is so impressive. A team that you would not expect all 8 guys to get on the podium. They've competed since the whistle, and even early on they took a couple of losses and they just really responded.
Yeah, Van D lost in the first round. Pinto lost in the first round.
Caleb Smith lost in the second round. This guy is just fighting tooth and nail. That's what you want to see.
Stephen Little and Seth Shoemate on mat number 5, upper right. Colton Schultz and Gavin Hoffman. They'll be wrestling shortly on mat number 2. Shake hands and the whistle blows. Action underway on 2. Max Stout leading Wyatt Volker 4-2 on mat number 1. Third period, riding time and on factor. Ben Keeter, I have to mention it, Trent. Best walkout song in the country. Alice in Chains, Man in the Box. He's an All-American. Ben Keeter.
Great tournament by Keeter. You mentioned he's 3rd at Big Tens. You know, in a bracket with Stevenson and Kirkvliet, 3rd place is not too shabby, and bringing that into the national tournament, getting himself All-American honors for the first time. I know Iowa Hawkeye fans are really big on him, and they rightfully should be.
Schultz quickly up 6-0. Colton Schultz has had a heck of a career at Arizona State. Colton Schultz, if he wins tonight, he'll be a 5-time All-American. He's a 5-time Pac-12 finalist, 4-time Pac-12 champion, Greco World Team member.
And you saw those Greco skills being put to the test early. He got to the upper body position, got a takedown and 3 back points. And for Colton Schultz, if you're up by 6, that is a mountain of a score to come back from.
Trumbull and Feldman coming up on mat 6, bottom right. Short time on mat number 1. Max Stout of Pittsburgh.
That's a situation there where Max Stout's up by 2. He took a shot, and now it's going to be hard for Volker to get any offense going with only 8 seconds. You know, sometimes your shutdown defense is getting to an underhook. Sometimes it's getting in on a leg and finishing the match. Max Stout, tremendous improvement this season, All-American.
A tournament he will never forget. Max Stout. A win over his brother Luke. And a win over Volker tonight in the blood round at Panther. The smile tells the story. Max Stout, All-American. You see there on mat 4 the QR code. Get out your phone, scan that QR code. Love to participate in our daily poll. We're getting great engagement. Answer our poll question. I'm going to get the phone out right now. Trent's. Let's see
what we got.
Yeah.
telling everybody to do the QR code.
Exactly. We're going to do it. Okay, here we go. What team are you most excited about going into the 2025 NCAA Championships? Rank your excitement by school from most to least by dragging and dropping each school to rank them 1 to 10.
The Wolfpack on there?
The Wolfpack not on.
Wait a second. We got to get this QR. Wait a second. Update that QR code. Where's the NC State Wolfpack? Come on.
Get you the paperwork so you can submit a formal complaint to management.
I'm fired up now. Got a little bit of Wolfpack
Nobody
flair
puts NC State in the corner. Nobody.
A little bit of Wolfpack flair on
All
Mat
right.
6.
Trent, Mat 4. One of the most anticipated matches of this tournament. Levi Haynes and Dean Hamady. Both these guys with 1 loss on the season. Both fell to Keegan O'Toole in sudden victory. Levi Haynes up from 157, Hamady up from 165. Oh, look at that ankle pick from Hamady. The Cowboy leading it 3-0, 10 seconds in.
Really slick attack by Hamady. He went hard collar right to that ankle pick, scooped it up for a takedown, setting the tone early in this highly anticipated match.
Haynes, a 3-time Big Ten champion. Won the national title last March. Beat Ja'Cory Teamer, then down at 157 the year previous. Fell to Austin O'Connor of North Carolina in the final. For Hamady, a 2-time All-American, collecting those accolades at Wisconsin. It's his first year in Stillwater. Hamady from Illinois. Haynes from Arntsville, Pennsylvania. Keegan O'Toole and Cade DeVos. Keegan O'Toole looking to join Jaden Cox as a 3-time national champion for Missouri. What a career for Keegan O'Toole. Tested last night against Lorenzo Norman, but calm, cool, collected Keegan O'Toole found a way to get it done. Came back to win 10-8 and then beat Lennox Wallach earlier today in the quarterfinals 13-1. O'Toole is behind the jackrabbit. Double leg. Plants him on the res line and scores the 3.
And when he was down on Norman in the third period, he got 2 takedowns with that duck under to a double. Gets that takedown against DeVos again. Really interesting situation down 4. There might not be a better guy in the country at finishing from an extended position like Levi Haynes, but Hamady is a different beast defensively. He's so good at sprawling and looking to sit corner, but then also transitioning back to baseline defense. That'll be a fun series to see here. If Haynes gets to that outside step high C, can he finish extended, or will Hamady continue to be good defensively?
Lilladol and Poulin, upper right on mat number 5.
There's that ankle pick again, Shane. Now Haynes is trying to sit the corner. This would be a huge finish if Hamady can continue this position. He looks like he might be pausing for a little bit. Haynes has a great grip on that.
Haynes looking to roll him through as the scramble is on the edge. Probably going to get a stalemate.
Okay, so on one mat, we have Colton Schultz and Gavin Hoffman wrestling. And on mat 5, we get the smallest guys in the building wrestling. How's that?
Look at this from Colton Schultz on 2. That is a big human being.
Especially for Gavin Hoffman, a guy coming up from 197 previous where he was in his career.
Luke Luffman and Josh Heinzelman on mat number 1. Scoreless after the first period. Final seconds, Hamady with that sweet ankle pick. In the first 10 seconds, he takes a 3-1 lead to the second.
Now, Hamady tying his shoe here don't want to get too nitty-gritty, but that very easily could be a stall call. I don't know if we're going to see the refs doing it, but
it looks like Hamady is questioning the official. Or Haynes, rather.
Yeah. He did it quick enough where it wasn't too big of an issue, but if that comes unraveled again, could come into play. Obviously, you don't want things to come down to that, but those, at this level, you can't let little things like that get in the way.
Another quick note here, Trent. David Taylor in the corner, obviously for Hamady, the head coach at Oklahoma State. He knows Levi Haynes extremely well.
Yeah, he does. Haynes was a guy that went to his club.
To M2?
Yep, and then obviously with Taylor's experience in the room, that's not nothing, okay? And that's, talking about strategy, getting it ready for a match like that, that's a huge asset for Hamady.
You see Hamady crashing those hips down. Haynes flat on his belly, and we'll get a restart with 118. Some blood, it appears, on mat number 3. Trumbull and Feldman. That match is 5-3 for Trumbull. 60 seconds left on mat 6, riding time and on factor. 3-2 now with Hamady and Haynes. O'Toole and DeVos back at it. Mat number 3. Luffman on mat number 1, leading the Wolverine 1-0. It's all Colton Schultz on mat 2. He is less than a minute away from becoming a 5-time All-American. And K. DeVos fighting for a takedown at mat number 3. He's got the takedown and the lead.
He's competing really hard. This is not a new position for O'Toole. He was there last night. He had to scrap back down. He's finding himself in this familiar position again where he's down. He's got to come back.
Now Hamady will go on bottom. Four 4-2. What'll be key here for Haynes as once again Hamady in on a single leg. Oh, those hips from the Nittany Lion.
What you saw Hamady do there was a mistake. He split his grip and went to 2 legs. He should have kept 2 hands on 1 leg. But what I think is the key here, because Haynes has such a good outside step, if you're Hamady, you got to be careful reaching. There you saw Haynes set it up. He reached, but now Hamady's in a position for a go behind. Drag, stay on that leg, keep 2 hands on it.
Great wrestling by both these guys.
Hamady's got to try to pop his head out here while keeping the grip on that foot. Probably a stalemate situation if he doesn't pop his head.
He's got his hands locked.
What I was saying, I think a key here, especially with Haynes having to come get a takedown, he's so good at swim high C and sweep single. Hamady's got to keep his elbows in, avoid reaching, make contact with your head first, get that head in the way, then you can build your hands up into the hand fight. Seeing him doing a good job with this collar tie. Keep him close in. Don't let him get you reaching for an easy shot entry.
Keegan O'Toole looking for a short time takedown on the edge. He got the escape to close the gap to 1 as time expires in the second. Down to 45 seconds here on mat number 4, riding time and on factor. And here's a shot from Haynes. Both these guys with great hip defense.
Yeah, and that's really where Hamady's been keeping himself in this match. Haynes is finishing on that shot on probably 99% of the country. Hamady's comfortable when guy gets like, he swings his hip, squares up, and looks to find that far ankle.
Don't believe we've had any stall calls here on mat 4. Here goes Haynes once again. There's a stall call on Hamady.
Hamady's going to try to look to get to a Merkle position where he locks under the head and arm. He has that near side leg hook. This is hard for Haynes to continue scrambling out. If you're Hamady, just stay here. You only got 5 more seconds for the upset.
Time's ticking away. And Dean Hamady, a big smile on his face. He will wrestle for a national title. Four 4-2, Hamady over Haynes. Keegan O'Toole has taken the lead on mat number 3. 6-5 score. And O'Toole has riding time at 56 seconds.
That'll be a big point. If he can get that over a minute, DeVos will be able to get an escape, but he would still have that riding time. O'Toole was such a competitor. He is so tough. Get taken down that second period. Respond right away. Get yourself back in the lead. He's going to try to ride here. He's great on top. If he can win this, it'll set up an epic rematch with him and Dean Hamady, who just punched his ticket. See that 2-on-1 tilt. O'Toole's looking for swipes.
Sudden victory with Luffman and Heinzelman on mat number 1. Lilidol up on Poulin 2-0. 15 seconds to go. Braden Davis and Jacob Van D bottom right on mat number 6. Here's Matt Ramos and Caleb Smith on 2. Ramos with a single leg. And Ramos scores the 3. DeVos, single leg. Inside of 15 seconds, great flexibility from Keegan O'Toole. O'Toole's got the riding time locked up, so he's up by 1. Keegan O'Toole will wrestle for his 3rd national title. It's O'Toole and Hamady at 174.
Talk about a Missouri legend, and the way that he's doing it is so impressive. You know he's not at 100%, but sometimes you get a little bit of edge knowing that I'm not at 100%. I got to be really focused out there and protect myself and win any way I can. You're seeing O'Toole do that.
Missed a good chunk of the season, battling injury. I love his perspective, his mindset, his approach to the sport. What a career for Keegan O'Toole. He will look to end it with his 3rd national crown tomorrow. Keegan O'Toole, now a 5-time All-American. Coming up, look at that. McAnally and Keckheisen in a 184-pound semifinal. Keeping an eye on mat number 1. Heinzelman and Luffman, both these guys looking to become an All-American for the first time. Brick comes in from the Illinois corner. Josh Coderhunt of Navy defeats Jacob Frost of Iowa State. Caleb Smith has reclaimed the lead on Ramos. That's 4-3 on mat number 2. Pair of Cornhuskers on your screen. Smith on mat 2, bottom left, bottom right is Van D. Another attack from Caleb Smith. 42nd second period in that match. We'll be back at it tomorrow. MATCST coverage here on ESPN Plus. The medal matches. An hour earlier, 11 Eastern, 10 Central. A review on mat 1. Caleb Fish and Tyler Kasak coming up on mat 5. Dustin Plott and Carter Starachi will be on mat 3. Ramos goes on bottom to begin this third period. It's tied up at 4. Ramos has the riding time at 41 seconds. And because of that, Caleb Smith says, need a takedown. We'll give you the release, give you the escape, 5-4. Trent, it's been great working with you these past couple of days. I've really enjoyed it. You got great insight. You're really good at this.
I'm having a blast. I really enjoy it, and I know we've gotten a lot of great feedback, a lot of great time with this NCAA tournament.
Yeah, really appreciate all those that have watched us here on ESPN Plus, as you said. A lot of great feedback, and really appreciate it because at the end of the day, it's about the fans. It is always about the fans.
Sure is, and I really enjoy the way this setup was. You know, you obviously have these semifinals that are just awesome, but the blood round, talk about emotion. Joshua Heinzelman becoming an All-American, transferring to Michigan this past season, getting on the podium. What a story that is.
Heinzelman, an All-American. Luffman coming up just a little bit short. Look at that smile. We talked about it at the Open. Kevin Jackson, Sean Bormet. This is what it's all about. That's why you do it. Get on that stand. Never forget it. Braden Davis leading Van D 4-2, third period. Smith down by 1 inside of 20 seconds. Ramos, nice job. Staying center of the mat.
Great job by Ramos, just taking the stall call there, knowing that you can't give up a takedown. Had a great collar tie and just didn't allow Smith to get any freedom to move and get fluid and put attacks together.
Five-4 for Matt Ramos. You know what else I love, Trent? You're out here fighting, giving it all you got, but I love the signs of mutual respect. It might just be that 1 or 2 second glance in the eye and the handshake. I mean, great respect. And you need these guys. I mean, guys you wrestled, they made you better. The rivals, you need those guys. They push you. You think about them at night. You get better training with them in your mind. Your rivals are critical.
There's so much respect between these guys. Something I always thought was really interesting. Everyone's really, kind of standoffish and tough during the beginning of the tournament. By the third day, when you weigh in on that Saturday morning, you look around. There's only 8 people in each weight class. There's a lot of guys jolly with each other, shaking hands. There's so much respect that, hey, listen, I know what it took to get here. I see what you've done. I respect the hell out of that.
It's a special club. All right, 184 pounds. Dustin Plott, Carter Starachi, Max McAnally, Parker Keckeisen. Starachi chasing history, trying to become the first Division I 5-time national champion. Dustin Plott, what a career he has had at Oklahoma State. Plott, a 3-time All-American, the runner-up to Keckeisen last March. Max McAnally, the redshirt freshman, the Big Ten runner-up. Keckeisen, four-time All-American, 2/3 a runner-up finish, and last year got on top of that podium, bonused his way to the top of the podium.
Really top-heavy semifinalist here, 1 through 4, the only weight bracket that we've had that's gone chalk. Strachey on that single, bringing it up in the air. Your finishing rate goes up really high. Whenever you're on a leg and you get it up in the air, finishing rate is way higher. Anytime you stay down lower on the mat, especially with the way the guys can scramble, those oftentimes you stay on the mat long enough, they put you in a position or for a stalemate, or they ended up kicking out.
Strachey gets the takedown, 3-0. Battled some injuries late last season, had an injury default a couple of times at the Big Tens. What a run he went on last year to get, as he would say, Natty Daddy number 4. That was an impressive run, but he hasn't been beaten in a match in which they've actually wrestled since the Big Ten Finals against Michael Kemmerer in 2021. Of course, he avenged that loss in St. Louis a couple of weeks later to win his first national title. Here's Dustin Plott on a single leg. Strachey so competitive, able to square up with those hips.
You're never going to get an easy point on Carter Strachey. Had an ability to, I wrestled Strachey in the Olympic trials this past year after the NCAA tournament. Talk about a match that you really got to dig deep for. Just nothing comes easy.
Look at this tight headlock for Kasak. Upper right on mat number 5. Keckeisen and McAnally, no score, 25 seconds. That headlock is tight, and he gets the slap of the Resolite. Kasak is fired up. He's a dog, Trent. Kasak.
So many bonus points, and think about the point differential that they had last year. So much of it comes off of those bonus points.
Strachey, another takedown, 6-1 lead. Composto and Vombar scoreless after 1. Knox and McGonigal, mat number 1. Scoreless as well, early second period. Styles with a lead on mat 6 over Alvarez, bottom right. Garvin and Steed upcoming on mat 5. Yeah, Carter Strachey, guy just fights and fights and fights. I think he wants to do MMA.
I think that's what his plan is. He's been pretty vocal about wanting to take over the UFC, and he's got a great personality for it, but he also, he has the work ethic, obviously the pedigree of being able to win a lot, and those guys typically, wrestlers transition to MMA do very well.
I think I've heard about wanting to make an Olympic run, but not positive about that. We'll see how he plays it. He's up 6-1 after the first 3 minutes. Couple of takedowns. McAnally on bottom here in the second period. Parker Keckeisen, 5-time Big 12 champion, Wisconsin native. McAnally, a 4-time Minnesota State champion from Waconia, Minnesota. Keckeisen stays right with him. Parker Keckeisen's last loss to Aaron Brooks.
Yeah, last technical loss. Guys remember All-Star Classic, Strachey and Keckeisen wrestled in that exhibition match, not an official result, but it went to OT. That was a great matchup. Ended up with Strachey finishing a single leg on the edge.
Keckeisen losing to Brooks in the 2023 national final. So it's been a while. A lot of winning on mats 3 and 4. What are your takeaways up to this point with McAnally and Keckeisen.
It's a lot of hand fighting, and they set a really high pace in the beginning of the first period. Both guys, lots of fakes, lots of hand fighting. Here you kind of see them settling into it now. And that hand fighting, what you're looking for that is, you know that against an elite competitor like these guys, it's not going to be an easy takedown. I have to set up, and that may take 4, 5, 6 minutes, maybe into overtime of this hand fighting to set up to maybe get that perfect opportunity later in the match, because you know it's probably a one takedown affair.
Storace with riding time at 50 seconds. He's up by 7. Styles and Alvarez in a one-point match on 6. Short time on mat 4 in this second period. And now Keckeisen with choice. Takes a look over at Doug Schwab and Lee Roper, and the Panther will go on bottom. Composto leading Vombar 4-1, and now 4-2. Still plenty of time, 1:40 to go in the third period. Riding time a non-factor with Composto and Vombar. 1-1. Keckeisen ties it with the escape.
Look for Keckeisen to get to a misdirection shot here. Oftentimes that hand fight, he's got such a great shot entry, but what he'll do is he'll use those shot entries to open up a misdirection one side and then come back to a single leg. That's where he's really elite.
Shot here for McAnally. Keckeisen able to get his leg back, and now he dives in on the gopher out of bounds. It was a good, crisp attack there for McAnally.
Yeah, great attack, and because his position is so good, his shot entries, he's always got his head up and his hips in when he gets to the leg, so it's easy for him to get to his feet, but Keckeisen, great job of wrestling through that and not getting taken down.
Storace a minute away from wrestling for number 5. Shot there from Keckeisen. Good reaction from McAnally once again. Inside of a minute here in regulation. Guys go ear to ear, heavy hands. What are some of the little things in this match that you really appreciate that might go unnoticed to us normal wrestling fans?
I think it's just stance discipline, really, and it sounds so basic, but one of the first things you learn as a wrestler is getting in your stance, the fundamentals of not reaching, always making sure I'm in good position, and these guys both do it extremely well. That's why there's not been any easy attacks. Their stances are so good, it's hard to open it up.
CJ Composto of Penn knocks off Vance Vombar on mat number 2. 8-6 final. Win for the Quaker. McAnally and Keckeisen 1-1 a sudden victory. And Carter Storace with the riding time points. 9-3. He will go for history tomorrow night here in Philly. Five trips to the finals.
Never been done before.
McAnally looking for the goal behind. Dives back in, single leg. McAnally staying on Keckeisen. The hips, though, from the Panther. What a flurry. We stay 1-1. That was good action.
Awesome action, and both guys down block, looking for their re-attacks off the drags. Keckeisen just so hard to score on.
They go collar tie off the whistle, ear to ear.
Both guys got to be ready to stuff a shot, get back to that re-attack. McAnally's got to get off of this. This is Keckeisen best opportunity. There's that spin out. McAnally's got to finish.
Max McAnally of Minnesota, no points yet. Keckeisen not out of the woods yet. McAnally single leg, but not a whole lot of room to work with. Keckeisen rolls, and now Keckeisen with the advantage. Parker Keckeisen, are you kidding me? Keckeisen into the final.
Keckeisen, great job at meeting the pressure. His leg was up in the air. He was putting a lot of pressure back into McAnally. McAnally tried to twist him down. Keckeisen got the roll right the right time. Took McAnally to a point where he hasn't been tested much before.
I believe it was the great Cardinal broadcaster Jack Buck that once said, "I can't believe what I just saw." I can't believe, Trent, what I just saw.
That was awesome wrestling for both guys. McAnally's so impressive to get to Keckeisen's legs, but Keckeisen shows some of that savviness. So creative, never say die attitude, and create the opportunity for a score.
How did he do that? Storaci and Keckeisen tomorrow night. Trent, in all my time watching wrestling, that is one of the most incredible finishes I have ever seen.
It was a great finish, and we saw Storaci and McAnally at Big Tens. People want to see that match with Keckeisen and Storaci. A lot of people coming in saying Storaci's favored to win 5 titles, but if anyone can maybe test him and take him out, it's Parker Keckeisen. Keckeisen dug deep and got that win, and now we set up that ultra-competitive final.
How do we follow that up?
I'll tell you what, Cardenas and Barr are about to try to do it. I know it hasn't been high-scoring matches, but...
Oh, Ferrari and Buchanan, too!
Okay, who do you call when you've got to follow up an awesome match? Who do you call? I'm telling you who you call. You call AJ Ferrari.
I'm looking forward to going back and watching that last flurry because I thought McAnally had him, but again, Keckeisen's ability, again, I'm stealing this line from Jim Gibbons, but just to increase intensity, lower anxiety, that's what Keckeisen was able to do. The great ones do that.
And I love what Keckeisen was doing. Oftentimes, when you get your leg up in the air, your natural instinct as a wrestler is to try to kick away, and oftentimes that makes it really easy for the top, for the other guy that just collect the legs. He didn't kick away. He was actually pressuring off his foot that was on the ground, meeting the pressure, and then as McAnally reached for that other leg, he was bringing him down. Now McAnally almost had that finish, and he timed that roll perfectly, came out the back door, and fell right into that takedown.
That's another great point. You attack like you're in the center. You don't, as you said, you dive out of bounds, you give up your ankles, and give up the takedown. Matt 2, Amin and Barraclaw. Terrell up 3-0, short time in the first.
And that was a fun match that we saw in a dual meet. When Oklahoma State came to Utah Valley, they packed that place out, and Barraclaw won an OT on riding time. I'll tell you one thing with Barraclaw, I'm really glad to see that he got his All-American finish. He had that heartbreaker in the quarterfinals. He was up late, took a shot. Minto went behind for the match-winning takedown, and he was a guy that this is his first opportunity in a starting lineup at the national tournament, and now here he is. He's All-American, and now he's got a takedown and back points on Amin. I haven't seen someone score back points on Cam Amin in a long time.
Mat number 1, Lachlan McNeil and Gavin Drexler. Gavin Drexler, North Dakota State, an All-American for head coach Obi Blanc.
Yeah, how about that? Obi Blanc, a former coach of mine. My freshman year at NC State, Obi Blanc was the RTC coach at NC State. One of my favorite coaches I've ever had. Extreme technical expertise, just a great guy all around. Often see Gavin Drexler get himself on the podium this weekend.
Gavin Drexler from Stratford, Wisconsin. really athletic family, had brothers that were really good wrestlers. He's got a sister that's a really good gymnast, I believe at Arkansas. Great family, great people. They run a sign company. I'm still not ready for the next weight class, Trent. I'm just not there yet.
Well, we knew those semifinals were going to be good. Starachi was kind of workmanlike and with his win over Plot. I think that was kind of to be expected, and you knew McAnally was going to be a tough test for Keckeisen. And Keckeisen really didn't have a lot of offensive opportunities. I talked a lot about McAnally's body position, stance discipline, and McAnally had the best attempts in offense on Keckeisen, but to be able to finish, now more than ever, the importance of being able to finish single legs, it's so important. It's the difference maker in all these high-level matches.
Big thanks to our production crew behind the scenes. Director Johnny, call him Johnny Cool. He's great. Fun working with everybody on the production side. Yeah, producer Cam, of course, working with him. We had Kevin helping us out first couple of days. Great people. Spinning the dials, pushing the buttons, helping us out. Want to thank Aaron Rose Carr as well. How about that room with the snacks in the back? I mean, you name it, it's back there. Everything. Of course, plenty of goldfish, which I love. The Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Kit Kats, 8 to 12 different kinds of chips. I mean, it's good eating, Trent.
Tell you what, for a guy like me that's really trying to watch my diet as I'm in training, it's certainly hard. They take care of us really well here.
Johnny just pointed out in my ear that you normally have the banana.
I've been eating a lot of bananas since I've been on a new diet. Shout out my new coach, Frank Pirelli. I'm working with a training lab now, and I'm on a lot of potassium, so I got to take in a lot of bananas.
And I love bananas, but I have high potassium.
Spinach, sweet potatoes.
I heard spinach gives you kidney stones, which is my biggest fear ever. Kidney stones scare the heck out of me. Somebody once told me, yeah, spinach, maybe if you eat too much, it's kidney stones. So, again, I just resort to a little bit of soda. You know that's got to be good for you.
For sure, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, sweet potatoes are really high in potassium, so that's...
Okay. All right, going to take a deep breath, and let's do this again. 197 pounds, Jacob Cardenas and Josh Barr, Mat 4, Stephen Buchanan, the 2 seed, AJ Ferrari, the 3. Cardenas and Barr meeting for the 3rd time. Barr got him in the dual meets, got that late reversal in the tiebreakers to steal it. And then 4-1 for Cardenas in the Big Ten semifinals. Cardenas went on to beat Stephen Buchanan to claim the Big Ten title. Nice ankle pick here from Cardenas. Looking to hunt down that left ankle. Going to shelf a single leg. Look at the hips from Josh Barr. And Josh Barr scores the takedown. He hooks that bottom leg.
This is an opportunity for back points. Anytime you can get to that Turk, it's really hard to get out of it on bottom. You're going to look for Barr to kind of go cross-face under the chin of Cardenas and posture up.
I think that is Barr's first takedown against Cardenas in this 3rd matchup between the two. Ferrari has beaten Buchanan twice, but it's been a long time. In the Big 12s back in 2021, 13-8. And then in December of 2021, 4-2. Of course, AJ Ferrari, his brother, Angelo, is teammates with Stephen Buchanan. Angelo Ferrari, that big win against Dustin Plott in the dual meet against the Cowboys in Iowa City. Bright future for Angelo Ferrari. Terrell Barraclaw over Cameron Amin on mat number 2. Barr here on mat number 3 already with riding time over a minute, Trent.
You said it, that was his first takedown on Cardenas, and I was just going to say, when Cardenas was in on that leg, takedowns have really come at a premium in this, and it was a great way for him to start, and just as he was working to finish, Barr met that pressure. Similar as we saw Keckeisen pressuring into McAnally, Barr didn't try to kick out and whiz her down. He met that pressure, got back to a sprawl, and got to a takedown on Cardenas.
Matty Bianchi and Vinny Zerbin 1-1 on mat number 6. Riding time and on factor. Singleton and Ruiz, upper right, mat number 5. Allred and Smith ready to tango on mat number 2. AJ Ferrari, a national champion in 2021 in St. Louis, then at Oklahoma State. Cardenas on the board with an escape as Ferrari works a front headlock on the edge. Cardenas and Barr forehead to forehead. Fake there by the Nittany Lion. How frustrating is it, Trent? Cardenas, pretty sweet ankle pick. Looked like he was going to score. And then not only do you not score, but you get scored on. What does that do to you mentally in a match?
It's definitely really frustrating, especially with that being probably his best opportunity that he's had in close to 3 matches with Barr. And to get it stuff like that, you have so much momentum coming in early in the match and then giving up points. That's hard to recover from. A guy like Jacob Cardenas has wrestled all over the world, multiple-time world medalist, multiple-time All-American. It's not the first time he's given up the first takedown before, but against a guy like Barr who's hard to score on, he needs to have a good second period here. What I don't want to see is him wait until the 3rd period to try to go get another one. If Barr escapes here, try to get back in on that leg and get back into your offensive mindset.
Ferrari to his feet. Buchanan looking for a mat return. Picks that opposite ankle. Ferrari looking for a switch.
Tell you what, Shane, this is a huge ride by Buchanan. One way that Ferrari has been winning the whole tournament is riding the entire 3rd period or 2nd period on top. If you're Buchanan, why this is big, the more riding time that you can build up right now, the more of a buffer that you'll have in the 3rd period to get out. If you only rode for 10 seconds, well, then it's not that hard for Ferrari to commit to 1 minute and 10 seconds of riding. All of a sudden, he's got 40 and plus riding time. Now when he goes bottom in the 3rd period, if it comes to that, he's going to have more time to work out. It's not, you don't just get 1 or 2 attempts before you go out of bounds. You have, 1.5 minutes, 1:40 to get that escape.
That's why those quick escapes, as you said, so important, because it changes the dynamics of a match. And Buchanan's got riding time over 106. Cardenas and Barr toe the line, ready to scrap with 109 2nd period. Barr's got riding time over 1 minute. Shot there by Cardenas. Buchanan puts Ferrari into the Resolite once again. Hooks that inside ankle. Great period here for the Hawkeye Buchanan.
It's a great ride. You see Ferrari, he keeps trying to go for these reversals, but it's allowing Buchanan to stay on top. If he would just focus on getting his 1, it'd be harder for Buchanan to readjust and get to a breakdown.
Hard ride here from Buchanan. And now, so close to scoring some back points. Buchanan will ride Ferrari the entire 2nd period. One thing I would just point out here, Cardenas, Barr, Buchanan, they've been sharpening each other all season long. Just a different level of competition, with all due respect to Ferrari, but it's a different level of competition.
All three of those guys have competed a lot. Ferrari hasn't wrestled as many matches, so when you're one of those guys and you see those other two guys competing, you want to get back out there and compete well. You want to match that level that they're at, and you also want to raise the bar. You know, one guy's number one, one guy's number two. I want to take over that number one ranking, and it was a good back and forth between all three guys.
Barr doing a really good job on top, and Cardenas gets the escape.
Barr does have a lot of riding time
Yes,
at 131. That presents another challenge for Cardenas. Is you don't just win with a takedown here. You have to win. You have to get a takedown and ride out to take down some of that riding time or win. He's got 31 seconds to play with. Barr does at 131 riding time. Tell you what, I don't know if I've ever seen Ferrari get ridden out an entire period. That wasn't really impressive by Buchanan.
So we'll see how Ferrari plays this. Down to 60 seconds with Cardenas and Barr. Roll there from Buchanan. Locked hands on Ferrari.
Yep, we had a locked hands call on Ferrari. Cal State Bakersfield is going to throw the challenge brick. Looked like on that switch attempt by Buchanan, looked for a clasp on Ferrari. The referee called it on the mat. That's important to remember. Oftentimes, sometimes what gets called on the mat can be hard to overturn when they look at this.
So they'll review that on mat number 4 inside of 30 seconds. Josh Barr, redshirt freshman, looking to give Penn State another finalist. The Nittany Lions, 10 All-Americans here in Philly. And they hit. Barr was stalling, so it's a point for Cardenas. Still 15 seconds left.
Yeah, and Penn State fans don't like the call, as they never do, but it was the right call. He backed out of bounds. The referee was there and saw him leave the cylinder. 1 point, but Barr still has riding time. He's still up 5-3. He can take another stall call if he wants to.
Josh Barr, the Nittany Lion, will wrestle for a national crown. 5-3 final.
National finalist, 197.4, Penn State, Josh Barr.
The number 4 seed. Jackson Smith leading all red 4-0 on mat 2. Kennedy and Wask 2-2. Kennedy with over a minute and a half of riding time. McDaniel of Nebraska on mat 5, the 20 seed. Up 1-0. Ferrari stretching out.
I don't know. Tell you what, I told you, I don't know if I've ever seen anybody ride Ferrari for 2 minutes. I've never seen somebody in the national semis get a stretch workout in. Am I surprised? No. Do I love it? Yes.
Okay, so it is a point to Buchanan. So if you are Ferrari, do you cut him here and get to work on your feet?
I think you probably have to. I mean, you could ride out this entire period and still lose, so there's really no benefit of staying on top. You got to get a takedown, unless he feels like he can turn Buchanan, which I don't think is probable. I think you cut him and go get a takedown.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Trent, I understand the strategy here.
I don't love the strategy unless what you kind of saw him do there was drop down to a leg, maybe looking for a mat return transition for back points. I don't hate that strategy, but I mean, you only got a minute 30, and Buchanan, Ferrari really wasn't close to taking him down in the first period. You need all the time that you can get. Yeah, I'm confused by this ride. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. If you're Buchanan, you're just going to keep trying to get to your feet, but you're really in no rush of forcing this action.
As you said, you can ride him the entire period, you still lose because Buchanan's got the 1-0 lead on that locked hands call. So now Buchanan 2-0 will go neutral, restart with 1:15.
Ferrari's number 1 is a double from space. Buchanan's going to be a hard guy to do that from. I would look for Ferrari to maybe fake, get his hands on the mat, and as he comes back up, setting up that shot.
Patrick Kennedy, 20 seconds away from victory on mat 1. And it is a final on mat number 2 with the riding time .81 for Maryland's Jackson Smith. Heinzelman and Trumbull scoreless in the first on mat 6.
Both of those guys had great blood round wins. Heinzelman over Luffman of Illinois, Trumbull over Feldman of Ohio State. Two guys that are All-Americans for the first time. Trumbull rocking some green shoes there.
Shot from Ferrari, counterattack by Buchanan. You see the splits from A.J. Ferrari. Shin Whizzer. Time ticking away on A.J. Ferrari. Buchanan in good position right here.
Buchanan's just doing a great job of adjusting position. Really frustrating Ferrari. He's going to get that takedown. No, he's not going to call. He's going to hit Ferrari for stalling. A little bit of reaction time. You saw Buchanan reach for that ankle. He didn't secure it fully. Ferrari was able to kick it out.
Ferrari needs a takedown and a ride out. He's got 17 seconds left.
If you're Buchanan, you've done a great job all match. Just keep your head in position. Ferrari's going to come blast double. Keep your head down low. Be ready to down block with your arms. He's doing a good job matching that position. Circling back in. Awesome match by Stephen Buchanan. It's the first folk style loss for A.J. Ferrari in a really long time.
Stephen Buchanan will meet Josh Barr tomorrow night in that 197-pound final, 3-0. Buchanan over Ferrari.
How about the Hawkeyes? Not only extending their streak, but 3 guys in the finals.
Ayala, Caliendo, and now Buchanan. Stephen Little and Max Stout, mat number 2. Another Hawkeye in Ben Keita wrestling on mat number 1 against Colton Schultz.
Talk about different paths to victory. You knew Ferrari was going to be really hard to score on, and Buchanan had some great leg attacks. Ferrari showed that ability to defend, but winning in different ways. Committing to that ride on top, getting 2 minutes of riding time, forcing that sit out and getting the locked in hands. It really was a lot of strategy by Stephen Buchanan to make the finals.
Novak of Wyoming defeating Camden McDaniel on mat number 5. Colton Schultz underhook, over-under position. Trumbull in control on mat number 6. Takes riding time over 60 seconds. Schultz and Keeter, no score after 2 minutes in this first period. Final seconds of the first period on mat number 2. Stout and Little, no score. Stephen Little, now a 2-time All-American at Little Rock. Schultz and Keeter, short time, first period. 18,099 in this fourth session. A total 36,190 on this Friday. What a day of wrestling it has been.
It's been awesome. I mean, you get caught up in these semifinals, you forget some of that action that we saw earlier in the quarterfinals, but these guys really brought it. What I loved is the amount of scoring that we saw. As these guys get into these better matches, sometimes it's really hard to score, but these guys went out and lit up the scoreboard.
Colton Schultz and Keeter on mat number 1. There is 2 for Colton Schultz with the reversal. Back at it tomorrow morning, 11 Eastern, 10 Central Time, an hour earlier tomorrow for the medal matches here on ESPN+. Isaac Trumbull with the riding time points. Tosses the 9-0 shutout.
Ever important bonus point there. It's really interesting when you go back and look at team standings. If you ever calculate how much bonus points each team gets, it really is the difference between where teams finish. Yes, the advancement points are huge, but you see a team, like Nebraska. Look at how many bonus points they had, and you'll see how big of an impact that has had on the total score that they have.
Penn State leads the way with 135.5. Nebraska 101.5. Little separation from third place Oklahoma State with 84. Iowa in fourth with 73.5. And then it's Cornell with 46 in fifth. Northern Iowa, Ohio State, Illinois, Virginia Tech, and Minnesota round out the top 10. My guess is, Trent, that those placements, at least the top 4, will stay the same with Penn State, Nebraska, Oklahoma State, and Iowa, your 4 trophy teams.
It was a really competitive race, especially through that 2 through 5 area. I said it before, getting a team trophy, unbelievable. Mark Manning, just a great job with Nebraska. David Taylor, in his first year as head coach, getting a team trophy is extremely impressive. TNT, Tom and Terry Brands, bringing home, looks like another team trophy for Iowa. I know it's, and listen, I know the Iowa standard. I understand that. Iowa fans listening, you're going to say, 4th place. We want more than that.
Be proud of it.
And I understand it, but the tournament,
it's hard to take 4th place at this tournament. And I'm with you. I get the standard. I get it. And they should have that standard.
Yeah, and they should. And that's,
but I also believe you celebrate 4th place.
I do too, and it's something that you maybe you don't celebrate right now, but you look back on your day, okay, you know, that was a good job getting that team trophy.
Colton Schultz with Keener on his back on mat number 1. Our semifinals underway with Gable Stevenson and Owen Treffin, Wyatt Hendrickson and Greg Kirkfleet. Another highly anticipated showdown with the 2 and 3 seeds.
Yeah, my favorite thing about Gable Stevenson is his ability to attack front headlock position and get go behinds. It's one of the most basic fundamental techniques. It's become one of the best techniques, not just at the collegiate level, but the world level as well. Looking back at his Olympic championship, at his Olympic gold medal bout, down by 1 late, what did he go to? Fake snap, go behind, and he's doing it at this level too.
Last college loss back in 2019, the Olympic champion. Looking for his 3rd NCAA title, picked up his 1st in 2021. 4-time Big Ten champion. And Treffin, great story.
Treffin's got a great story. Was at NC State earlier this year, was the backup behind Isaac Trumbull, transferred to Lehigh at the second half of the season, and what a perfect fit it's been. Zach Ray as the heavyweight head coach, Jordan Wood there, a great practice partner. They've done an excellent job at the heavyweight position. You look back at some of their All-Americans, Max Wessel transitioning into Jordan Wood. Just a great fit for Owen Treffin, and getting to the semis, being an All-American for the first time. You see that outside step that he's really developed is awesome, but really tough test going up against Gable Stevenson.
Hendrickson and Kirkfleet met at this tournament in 2023. It was 4-2 for Kirkfleet, and Hendrickson on the edge gets the takedown. The Cowboy out to a 3-0 lead.
So he did a great job of just popping his head, staying in bounds. They were near the out of bounds. Hendrickson did a good job circling back in, popping his head, and getting that takedown. This was one of the more anticipated matches. I highlighted it in the opener along with Haynes and Hamity. Hamity got that one. We'll see if Oklahoma State can get this one too.
Hendrickson, 4-time national qualifier, 2-time All-American for Sam Barber at the Air Force Academy. Now a 3-time Big 12 champion, beat Colton Schultz of ASU to win that title. From Kansas, Kirkfleet from Minnesota.
Now, Shane, it took me a while to bring this up, and now that we're at the heavyweights, it really doesn't apply to them, but understand the difficulty of tonight as well. Having to make weight again tomorrow for the 3rd straight day. These student athletes are put through a war. By this point in the tournament, you are feeling all of it. And to go, put your sweats on and make weight again, it's really hard. But I will say, it's a lot easier cutting weight knowing that you're an All-American. When you're in that blood round, you get as big as you can because you know at the end of the day, if I win this match, I'll stay up all night long getting that weight off if it means I can stand on the podium.
Good point. First period in the book. Hendrickson 3-1. Gable Stevenson, pair of takedowns in the first period. Final 2 matches here this session. What many would say the greatest night of wrestling of the year.
It's been awesome. And talking about all-time greats, Gable Stevenson, I'm not afraid to say that he's probably the best college wrestler that we've ever seen. And I know you can look at stats and records all you want, but what he's doing and how he's doing it, to me, is the most impressive that I've ever seen. I know I'm younger, and all the old heads will hate me for it, but what Gable Stevenson's doing is out of this world.
Treffin planted him a little bit. Stevenson smiled.
So that's really interesting. That's Treffin's signature move. Whenever he's on top, it's really sneaky. He lifts the guy up, goes to both shoulders, and then tries to suck him back. I've seen him hit that a lot of times, and awesome that he almost got it on Stevenson. You saw that wry smile. Expect some offense coming from Stevenson.
1-point match with Kirkfleet edging closer.
Treffin's doing an amazing job, though. I mean, you look at the score, 7-2. He's doing a good job in the hand fight. He's not getting bullied around the mat.
Both these with 40 seconds left remaining in the second period. Gable Stevenson single leg, and Treffin kicks away. And both these semifinals head to the third. We will crown 10 champions tomorrow, 7 Eastern, 6 Central here in Philadelphia. Watch the action on ESPN. This is where Kerkvliet's so good, and Hendrickson, well done as the Cowboy adds to his lead.
Hendrickson did a great job attacking the hands and getting his hips out. They're right back in on the offense. Man, this has been a dominant match for Wyatt Hendrickson.
Wyatt Hendrickson, another takedown.
I'll tell you another thing I love what he just did there, Shane. Escape right to a takedown. And I promise you, when you're a little kid, that's one of the first things your coaches say. Hey, when you escape, get back to the leg. All of those fundamentals really start to come back. Hendrickson got his escape, quick motion, went to a leg attack, and scored in bunches.
Stevenson a 7-3 lead on Treffin. And Wyatt Hendrickson over 2 minutes of riding time. Stays behind Kerkvliet. Riding time now locked up. I think the fans will be excited to see Gable Stevenson and Wyatt Hendrickson.
They have to be. It's one of the marquee matchups that's going to happen tomorrow night. You know, Wyatt Hendrickson transferred to Oklahoma State to really go out with a bang. He's done that. The fan base has loved him. It'll be interesting to see how the fans respond with Stevenson. Obviously, one of the all-time greats, and we love him, but there's some controversy with him. You know, going to the WWE, coming back. I love that he's back. I know some people are upset about it. And
I love it too.
I love wrestling. I love the fact that he's back. And here's the thing: it's not like he's that much older than the guys he's wrestling. I mean,
exactly.
I was 24, going 25 when I was a 6-year senior, and I get it. I understand the hate, but you know, we had the extra eligibility, and you can't blame people for taking it.
I didn't mean to ask that. I got a little lazy. I didn't mean to ask that as a question. What I'm saying is, fans will be excited to see that.
yeah, right.
Now it is said. Wyatt Hendrickson of Oklahoma State and Gable Stevenson, Minnesota. That showdown tomorrow here in Philly. Championship match at 285.
Moving to the NCAA final from Minnesota, Gable Stevenson.
What stands out when you look forward to tomorrow night?
Well, I love the way that Nebraska and Penn State dominated today, obviously kind of setting themselves away from the pack, but just opening up so many great finals. You see Stevenson punching his ticket to the finals with Hendrickson. 197 is going to be great with Barr and Buchanan. Just across the board. Hamity upsetting Haynes to get that rematch with Keegan O'Toole from the Big 12 finals. You go up and down these finals, there's not going to be any bad matches.
Trent, it's been fun. A lot of fun today. Thank you to everybody for joining us. Back at it tomorrow, 11 Eastern, 10 Central. The medal matches here on ESPN Plus. MATCST coverage. Again, the finals tomorrow, 7 Eastern, 6 Central on ESPN. For our entire production crew alongside Trent Heidley, I'm Shane Sparks saying good night from Philadelphia.
Semifinal.